And we are live. Welcome back, everybody. We are continuing right on time today, assuming everything's working, with our Traveler campaign in the custom-made Edenfall system in the Rift sector of the Great Rift. The adventurers that we've been following since their adolescence, now in their, what are we saying, mid-20s, guys?
Yeah, I think so.
I think mid-20s is about where they're at. Have been fighting a resistance against an occupying force. They've been heroes. They've been pariahs. Well, at least one of them has. And they have come up with some pretty scary plans along the way that they've managed to pull off. And in the last episode, they sat on a beach and drew out their latest harebrained scheme. And we find them shortly after that with the leader of the group, Bralix, the Bwop, needing to find out how to pitch this plan and get it in motion in a timely fashion to the resistance leadership, or to find a way to completely go rogue and do it on his own. Oh, he's probably doing a sound check. I was expecting him to chime in here. Let's give him a minute and zoom in on another player really quick. I'm nothing but professional. I know what I'm doing. Ghost, where do we find Hylar? Shortly after you guys break from the planning session on the beach. Well, actually, should say right after you get back from Tankmaster's run, you guys did a run to acquire some intelligence. And the Tankmaster's van has just pulled back from that run.
I probably am pretty psyched about the run we just did and how things came together. I think things went well. I'm probably going to have a celebratory drink. Anybody want to come with me? Nope. Okay.
I drinks.
I'd
totally go get drinks.
Clink and drink. Does Nana's have beer?
Nana's might, but that's not really a Nana's. It's just an advertisement for Nana's.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
there was a bar.
There's a bar called the Shady Bar. Salty Jack's the bartender over here. All the way on the other side of town.
I'm going to start walking. All right. We got Garrett and Marcus coming with me.
All right,
It was a long walk, but hey, I'm thirsty now.
It's really hot for Garrett too. But you guys get all the way across here. Roll up into the Shady Bar. Remember, the Shady Bar is a pretty small hovel, so there's like one table that fits the whole party, and it's like literally touching the bar. It's so close in there. So you guys straddle in. What'd you guys order?
Well, I'm going to get myself a very alcoholic beverage. The most alcoholic beverage that they have. What's your highest proof?
I got cherry limeade moonshine. It's made in an old compressor still.
Of course it is. Yeah, pour me 3 of those.
What could go wrong?
Comes over with what is a very unnatural neon red color. And they sit one down in front of each of you.
All right, gentlemen. This is, we're used to danger, right? We've been through this a lot. This one's kind of gonna go completely pineapples, I think. I can't remember the plan. I know that we just thought of everything, and I wrote it all down on the sand, but
Then the surf washed it away.
But then the tide came in.
that's exactly what happened.
We totally got this. What could go wrong?
Well, I mean, explain it to me real quick.
Does anyone remember the plan?
I remember that we had it in the sand. And it was a good plan. And we totally didn't argue with each other about what the plan was. It involved taking a shuttle and going up to hijack what's the word for it? The little big tube-looking fuel shuttle from the sun and taking it over to one of the Wyvern-class ships and busting it in and taking it over.
There was never any mention of the sun, but you've got the fuel shuttle part right.
The gas
Giant.
place.
Yeah,
That's it.
they're very different things.
Oh yeah, yes they are,
One's on fire.
but still made of gas and a giant.
I
Please don't
remember
hit
a
me.
lot of this plan now. No, you're good. Marcus, good points. I remember this now. So yes, we're gonna abscond with a fuel tanker and fly it up. I do remember these things now.
And we made our tank masters legit space company, so we can go take it up and try to do the thing and refuel the big ship.
You think all of our suits are ready?
Should probably find that out.
That's an important goal.
Yeah, I
can't
sure
believe-
hope they're ready. Are you guys just now? While I'm kind of drinking my drink here. How are you guys feeling about Brelix on doing his stuff?
Great.
Yeah, I've never had a problem with Brelix, except that Jasper thing that ended up working out thanks to Marcus.
I'm gonna be in charge, so him than me.
That's true too. Better him than me.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we shouldn't start, kind of, watching out for him, and if we don't hear anything, like I know we had that last mission where we didn't hear anything for a period of time. Maybe some of us should have started, trying to connect and reach out. And I know that was a failure on my part, and I'm going to try and do more communication and checking in with him when I'm kind of often alone on towers, if it will.
Well, that kind of brings up a good point. Where is he now? We should probably communicate with him. I
Yeah.
can't believe he didn't follow us in.
Did he ditch us or did we ditch him?
This seems like a good transition point to where do we find Brelix?
They look up, and Brelix has a tablet, and he's like tapping on it, and he's muttering to himself. He's running over plans. We got to pitch. We've got to get to the gas giant. We've got to steal 2 ships because we've got 2 squads of 4. And then after we've got both of those 2 squads of 4, we have to get the contract so that we get escorted to the Wyvern class ship. But no, we have to get all the way from here, which is in space, all the way out to the refueling stations. And then once we're there, we have to get one of the abandoned ships, and the ships have to be functional enough so that they can get the gas, and the gas has got to go into there. And he kind of looks up, and he looks back down at his tablet, and he looks up and he goes, "Oh my goodness." And then he says, "Everybody, here's a secure way of doing this." And then he just closes his eyes and he sits down next to them and he points to their drinks and he says, "That's the wrong color. I don't know if you should be drinking that." And then he stops speaking out loud, and inside your heads he goes, "I forgot about one of the most important things that Churchill found." Churchill, you're in on this too, right? Can you tell them about the data that we recovered?
You're referring to the nanoplague.
Yes.
I guess it's more of a vaccine. I shouldn't call it a plague. That has a negative connotation, which it will have a negative connotation for you. I've already briefed you and Marcus on it, so I'm assuming you mean Hylar and Garrett.
Yes. Sorry, we've got a plan to maybe take one of the Riven class ships, and I'm trying to throw it together. You've been listening in the whole time, and I don't need to speak it to you, but there's probably holes you'd like to talk on. But no, they need to know about the nano vaccine that's a plague to us and to potentially all of the Unity.
Okay, So for the nano vaccine, the black box you recovered from the glowing seep contained all of the reversed engineer nanovirus technology that has been used currently to make the BWOP regenerative golems. And it holds a master key that can unravel Unity technology. So if this were to be propagated and the population were to be vaccinated, they would not be able to accept Unity implants, and Unity implants would not be able to affect them. That would make pretty much all the biological forms on this planet useless to the Unity. Other problem, well, it's only a problem for you guys. I suspect individuals like Tiberius will find this to be an incredibly effective method of eliminating Unity, as anyone who's infected with this that has Unity implants, the implants will immediately be rejected. And in the case of almost 100% of the Unity forces, that will result in immediate and very painful death.
That's really bad, and I don't like immediate and painful death. What can we do about that? Can we take them out? Nope, that's not gonna happen. Shit. Okay, so somebody else plugs it in? Maybe we're not around? What's the range on this thing?
It's airborne.
Total.
There's a scenario which it's in the atmosphere of the planet, and I believe once that happens, we just no longer inhabit this planet.
For a period of approximately 1 year while it runs its course. Unless, of course, the production of the nanites is proliferated beyond that necessary point. But a full dose of the planet, the nanites have a limited half-life, and they have to be manufactured.
Oh, and as of now, the 5 of us know this, and it's going to get leaked to Tiberius sooner rather than later, because Churchill is a great AI that is going to finish analyzing that data, right, buddy?
Leaked isn't the appropriate word. I've already sent Griggs the report indicating that information, but he has not yet read it. I did not send it to anyone else, but I've sent it to the commander.
It's a safe bet that, like everybody important, is going to
Read it at some point.
Yeah.
I agree with that analysis, Marcus. Although, he's quite busy reading all of the fanciful reports about Jasper's miraculous magic recovery that has no mention whatsoever of your shenanigans in it.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Neither does
Christmas
Griggs.
miracle. Christmas miracle.
There are such things as miracles, you know. All right, so let's get. That's for a future party, right? Us dying. Let's focus on the problem at hand, I guess. This Wyvern-class ship that we're gonna steal, and to do that, we have to steal a refueling tanker ship. And did I hear that there were abandoned ones down by the gas giant, but they're broken?
Not
that right?
quite.
No. Okay. Sorry.
There are basically refueling and resupply platforms that have been pressed into service as maintenance bays for these tankers. Most likely your notes or remembrance on broken ones is that some of them have had issues and fallen into the gas giant. They're not accessible.
I understand now.
But there are some at these platforms that are in the gas giants, because those platforms are how the fuel is refined. Traditionally, these boats were serviced and manned and assigned out of the local Cilia shipyards. However, the EFS Remnant pulled off a very daring strike and managed to destroy that entire facility. So those shipyards are now completely offline. With those shipyards offline, all of the refueling boats have to go directly to the platforms and stay there through their maintenance cycles. Crews are rotating in and out, and it is quite hectic.
All right, understood. And we got tank masters as official vendors to go to these refueling platforms. I remember that too.
Yes. Before being chased off by drones.
A thing we need to figure out is how to get from this planet to the gas giant. And then once there, how to take a ship there, that's still in the future. But getting from here to there is very difficult because it's space, and the only space-bound vehicle I know is the Defender. And the Defender is not our ship. We need to tell the captain. We have to plan the things. So that's what I've been trying to run through really fast a whole bunch of times when you guys kind of wandered off. Not wandered off. You guys are celebrating because we successfully snuck in, got some information, and snuck back out.
Relix, Churchill chimes in. What do you mean the only space-bound ship you know of is Defender? That is blatantly not accurate. You've ridden on space-bound transports just recently.
Apologies. I overlook a lot of things when I am in extra planning mode, and we need a ship that's for one of the transports. But again, those aren't our transports. Those are resistant transports. But again, I still have to make the sale to somebody who's in charge of them and have them assume the risk of flying them off, probably never to be seen again. Can you? One of those transports, that was a spacebound vehicle. Can that make it to a gas giant? That's a long time in a spacebound vehicle, isn't it?
The shuttles are designed specifically for interplanetary flight. They are designed for this type. The jump-capable ships like the Defender are, while they're capable of jumping out there, are not actually designed for it. You were riding in the actual thing when you were doing the evacuations from the Glowing Seep that were meant to do that flight. They're also cheaper, and there's a fuck ton more of them. And also, when you go to pitch using the Starship as your advisor, I would highly advise that you not pitch it as probably to never return. As a matter of fact, if you could mitigate that as much as humanly possible, you might find your chances of convincing someone to lend you such a ship to be greatly improved.
Because confidence is what gives you other people confidence, and our plan is totally going to work.
I do have confidence in our ship and in our plan, and sorry. We need a ship. We need a plan for the ship to get out there, a plan for us to get off of the ship, and then a plan for the ship to get away. Because once we're on the platforms, we're going to take 2 tankers and then get a job that we want to get. Correct?
Why do we need 2 tankers?
4 of us and then 4 of the other crew, because I don't believe that all of us could fit in 1 tanker. But I might have taken that note down wrong. And then you see Brelix fly through a bunch of notes again, trying to recall the right specs of a tanker.
It would certainly make the flight more comfortable. However, that's not the reason for the note that's saying you need 2 tankers. It requires 2 tankers to have enough fuel to refuel the Wyvern.
That's right. And if we want to steal the Wyvern, it should have fuel in it. So we kind of need to refuel it. Okay, that makes sense.
Can Vex take us up there? Like, you have a pilot friend, right?
Yes. Yes, I have a pilot friend.
Her
No, I don't know if she can.
her transport is it's a air raft, so you would need to find you need a shuttle. And as you guys are having this conversation, you look out the lone window next to the table and you see Jasper running a bunch of Marines in formation on like a PT run past the thing and then looping around and then coming back.
Were the Jasper's got recruits? Did you see that?
We were supposed to meet him. That's what we were supposed to do when we got back.
Oh. Well, my drink's done. Are you guys ready?
Let's do this.
Yep, I'm good to go.
Back out into the hot sun.
They've made it down to the beach and they're going down the beach and then they're coming back up the beach and then they're going down the beach.
Let's go meet up with them. That looks awful.
So you guys wander past the League of Tourists guys like, hey guys, my best customers, do you need anything? Like you guys have made him some money.
We have some more access to.
Brelix was patting his pockets and hears Marcus. Not Marcus. Here's Hylar say he's got more accents. And he turns his head sideways and says, and then looks at the vendor. Oh, sorry. We're headed to meet a new crew. Thank you, sir. We'll be by shortly, probably.
So Jasper sees you guys and they run up to you. And Jasper stops. He throws a casual-esque salute. He's familiar with you guys. The new recruits are like statues. They're obviously veterans, but they're also like they're in the presence of people who are in essence legends. For better or worse, because you guys have varying different reputations amongst the resistance. And they snap off some crisp salutes. They're very military.
At ease, gentlemen and lady. At ease, soldiers. It's a pleasure to meet you. And then Brelix kind of holds his head and he wants to impress everybody. So he says, hey, Churchill, what are these guys' names? And a little bit about them.
He provides an overlay with their names. It just has names and Marines, and he whispers in your ear, I could give you a full bio, but probably would be better if you got it from them because it'll take you a while of staring silently at them to listen to me describe it.
I am, and then he pops back into reality and says, you must be Tanaka, you must be Kerr, and you must be Rook. And it's a pleasure to meet you. You guys are now part of the crew. Tell me a little bit about yourself, Ray, Tanaka.
So we've been assigned to your squad. We are part of the former 16th Airborne. We were specializing in ship-to-ship combat boarding using combat vac suits. The new Mark II version of the exoskeleton suit that Dr. Herkimer has completed with only 2 fatalities has been finished and approved for production.
Only 2 that we know of. No Herkimer.
That instills much confidence, sir, she says.
It's a pleasure to meet you. We might be pulling upon your ship-to-ship boarding skills sooner rather than later. And you, Kerr?
Woof woof, I didn't read his description. Hold on a second.
Woof woof.
It's a pleasure to meet you too. And lastly, Rook.
So Rook is obviously freshly out of medbay. And Rook is kind of gruff. He's probably the least professional looking out of the group. And he's like, yeah, like I said, members of the 16th. We're actually all that's left of the 16th.
I am sorry for your loss. But as he says that, Brelix kind of sees... Is he have his nice open shirt on?
I'm guessing he's just like that.
Yeah, cool. Brelix turns to Hylar and then looks back at him and then looks back at Hylar and goes, welcome to the squad.
Tyler's just laughing. He's got tears in his eyes. He's not saying anything.
Jasper, keep them at their paces. We're actually, you guys, there's plenty of people here. Do you guys have any friends in the service that have knowledge of spacecrafts, can fly them?
They all kind of look at each other. And Rook will chime up and be like, well, we're airborne, so we're all cross-trained in emergency shipboard operations.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was, we're planning something big, and we're trying to put everything in the right places.
We know that you're planning something big, sir. They wouldn't have expanded your unit to such a size unless they were. I mean, you guys are kind of famous for doing stuff that's big.
Brelix, stop beating around the bush and just talk to them. They kind of do this for a living. They could probably give us some pointers or ideas or, many other things. If they're part of the squad, then let's treat them that way.
We should take it maybe off the beach.
We do our best thinking right here in the surf. I think this is we have computers and everything. Follow us to some shade.
We also have a pretty good briefing room that we could be utilizing as well, and probably be a better place to make sure we get them all caught up.
Garrett's hot.
Garrett's like, get me back on the ship. Also, that briefing room is tiny. You guys are going to have to use the cargo bay.
I'm sorry. I'll stand in the hallway. I don't care. It is hotter than hell out here.
So Jasper turns around and he's like, they'll warm up to you. Let's finish our run and we'll meet him back on the Defender. And the other guy's like, yeah, you got it, Sarge. And like they fall in and they run off. They're in much better physical shape than you guys are.
Man, they're kind of making us look bad. I don't know, guys. Might need to kind of get ourselves in shape a little bit. That's pretty harsh.
Hair is a shape.
Bear is a shape.
It's true. It is. Oh,
did you see the arms on that goat guy, though? I mean, he was yoked. That's insane.
I mean, I was like looking at the smiley face. Like, seriously? Like, whoa.
So, he was in the medic tent. I helped save his life, and I shaved a smiley face into his chest. Don't tell him it was me, because he's way bigger when he's awake.
All right, I'm going to wet my rag and get myself cooled here.
Yeah, we're going to run information just like those guys, right? All the way back to the ship.
Oh, no.
I think we're just gonna embarrass ourselves, guys. I think we just take a nice leisurely old man stroll.
Old man stroll. We're in our 20s.
Well, we can do it. I think we're gonna look pretty bad for our 20s. I don't know, guys. I mean, we're heroes, right? But we don't want to look weak.
Some of your heroes.
Yeah, I'll start high stepping with.
High stepping.
Let's go. Come on. Get our hearts going.
We're not.
I'm gonna walk casually to the Defender. You guys are crazy.
Brelix is gonna sprint like really far, not really far, like 8 steps in front of you. And then remember, confidence is key, and just continue sprinting as fast as he can, as far as he can.
He's gonna collapse. Let's have an endurance check for Bralix.
I'll say like every 10 steps he does is like 4 of ours.
That's a -3 for a 3.
You can make it 3 meters.
Come on, Brelix, get up. I'm not going to carry you. You're to look bad in front of the recruits here. Or the fresh blood.
I do much better in a environmental suit. All right, we'll casually walk back. Did you guys see how fast I went that time? I went pretty far, right?
You did great. I was impressed. That's all I have to say about that. But I agree about that environmental suit. I really want one.
I mean, it's a super high level vac suit, not an environmental suit. That's the one that I wear when it was too cold.
I'll wear something that makes me cold.
I've pulled out a tinfoil wrapped hot dog, and I've started to eat it, and I'm walking very slowly behind everybody.
Ooh, can you give me the dice roll?
Yes, I can.
Ooh, that was quite a thunder boom right there, like that.
Yes, it was. Oh no, I got a 3. Is this an endurance roll?
It sure is. Failure. You suffer -1 DM dex checks for the next 2 hours due to a severe food coma as your body desperately tries to process the starport grease. You didn't critically fail, so that could have been... It could have been worse.
That's one serious dog.
I bet the Vargar wouldn't have had a problem eating it.
Or the capper snaps.
Oh yeah, that's true.
The capper snaps are immune to poison, not grease. Although, I bet when somebody was shitting shrapnel, they wish they had a little bit of lubrication. Just saying.
Oh yeah, no, I was about to say I'd take grease over shrapnel. Yeah.
Oh, I lost my character inside of a bag. Oh no.
Yep.
That's a rude nickname for your nurse girlfriend.
Whoa.
The old bag and chain.
So you guys, climb down through the maintenance accesses. If you come all the way to the cargo bay, you will find that Jasper, Ray, Kerr, and Rook they're basically just sitting on crates doing that special forces thing where like one of them's got a knife and they're just whetstoning it, and another one is just sitting there on a tablet going over schematics, and they look pretty badass, and it's honestly probably a little intimidating for you guys because it is a reminder that while you guys have been through some real shit, you're not really hardcore soldiers like they are. You guys just lucked into those suits and Churchill, and those things have sort of thrust you into the positions that you've been in.
Brelix is still actively sweating a lot from his sprint. Still fighting to catch his breath. He stands in front of them. He goes, "Okay, gentlemen, on your tablets," and then he does the cool IT guy where he slides his thing to the tablets. He'll say, "This is not approved yet, but these are the basics of what we're thinking." And it's 1,000,000 miles an hour, and he starts at the beginning. He says, "First things first, we need to get from this planet to, I don't know, start at the very, very beginning. Our goal is to take over a Riven class ship. They've got 3 of them. They're here in our atmosphere with the constant threat of orbital bombardment. If they only had 2 of them and we had 1 of them, that drastically changes the odds of space battle for our planet."
Kerr holds a little paw up. In the atmosphere, sir, this says they're nowhere near the planet. They're in system, parked in holding areas that we don't know the exact coordinates of.
Roger. We have done some scouting and have very good guesses based upon the recycle, or not the recycle, but the refueling planets of the gas giant that's been there, and goes into the incredible minute details of how he knows these specific things, like running over every single line of code that he did.
He does not do that, because as he says that, Kerr raises his paw again and says, "Sir, this says you only know about a rendezvous point and a contract that then coordinates would be fed to your ship that you're attempting to steal to go there. Did you actually think about this plan, sir?" And he looks almost abashed as he says that.
Brelix looks down at his pad again, scrolls a little bit more. And he kind of stares for a couple of seconds, then he starts in great detail again. Well, the overall plan is to get from this planet to there, take one of those, take a couple of the refueling dockers, get the dockers. We did hack ourselves, our tank masters, as an option to be a orbital refueling platform. And then once we have the two of those and we get on the right contract, we know to go to the rendezvous point, and then they're going to ask us or escort those two ships to the Riven class. And then as they are refueling, we're going to spacewalk over and take out everybody on the Riven class ship and then fly the ship off. It's a pretty bold plan, and at the end of it we'll have a Riven class ship.
Anyone who would like to can make a social recon check.
Yeah, that's worth rolling.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, I got an 8.
That's a pass.
11.
That's a super pass.
10.
That's a super pass.
4.
So Brailix is plowing on with the extraordinary confidence as the rest of you are watching shock, fear, and disbelief play across the faces of the new recruits, who are meeting their heroes in the worst way in this moment.
That's our captain.
Is anyone going to help Brailix?
Hey, Brailix, calm down with all the numbers and the jargon and et cetera, et cetera. You gotta remember, these guys and gals have been doing this space combat thing way more than us. So how about we give them the idea that we have and ask for their input?
After another minute of Brelix talking and hearing all of that, he then puts his tablet down and he looks up at everybody and goes, "So that's the basis of our plan. We haven't." Oh, you said something. Apologies, Marcus. I should have stopped talking a long time ago, but I had to finish all of the details that I was trying to preside. And what oversights have we made? We've only been as successful as we have because we had the power armor, and we haven't done a lot of space exploration, but we did some deep sea
All right,
submarine.
Stop. Wait. Relics.
Yeah.
Relics. Stop. Okay. Marcus, do you have anything to add to this briefing?
Yes. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us, guys, and listening to all of that. Brix has a lot of great ideas, and he does math better than anybody I know. But when it comes to actual planning, yeah, we do a lot of winging it sometimes. So idea is We want to shift the balance of power in space so that we can shift the air superiority here on the planet. Easiest way that we could think of to do that and quickest is to remove their biggest weapon, which, as far as we're aware, is the Wyvern class ships. So our goal is to sneak aboard, slash take over the refueling ships, bring the refueling ships over next to actually refuel the Wyvern class ship that we're in, because we're going to need to get in, take it, and then either destroy it where it stands, but preferably steal it and get out of there. But it's also going to have escort ships with it, but we don't know the full extent of that. We have figured out where we believe it is due to getting intel on the refueling schedules and the contracts of the companies that actually do the refueling. That's kind of where we stand now.
So we've done boarding actions against commercial vessels, supply ships, and such. As a rule, if you can get on board without being killed, that's something that we can help with. It's just the getting there part seems a little fuzzy, and this was presented to us as a plan, and it sounds more like it's a concept with some details sussed out. But we're new here, and Jasper's kind of giving him the look. But Jasper chimes in there, and he's like, "This is how their process works." And I know it seems off-putting, guys, but I've seen it work. Like this, you just go with this flow, and we can help them, and they will be able to do this. Jasper gives you a little voice of confidence, and then he's like, "But what we're probably going to have to do, much to the dismay of the three of you, because I know you're looking forward to using the Mark II suits. The Mark II suits are not space sealed, so we're going to have to use combat vac suits."
Wait, everybody in combat vac suits, or just them?
Just us, sir. The
yeah, that's what I thought.
Your power armor, your battle dress is sealed, but the Mark II vac suits, without a special adaptation kit, which Herkimer has not finished yet, are not considered to be space safe. They're not sealed. So we'll need to use a sealed suit. The next best thing is the combat vac suits that we're already trained to use. And they're pretty decent sets of armor.
I understand now. Thank you.
And when he says they're pretty decent sets of armor, to put it in perspective for you as a player above table, their combat vac suits provide 11 damage resistance. Your suits provide 27.
Yeah, I gotcha. They are pretty BA, though. I like those vac suits. But they're right. We do still need a ride, some sort of shuttle. We're looking for that. But we're going to show up as legitimate, quote unquote, as we can, as tank masters. We're going to get to the refueling station. I mean, that's mainly that's our first jumping off point, right? Refinery station.
Jasper raises a hand and he's like, so I was there with you for part of the planning phase, and I remember you guys talking about going to the refueling station, but I think we had some different plans on whether or not we'd show up there as like a disguised as tank masters, or if we would hot drop on the station, take it, and then hijack a shuttle we would then say was the tank master's shuttle. Are we going in loud on the platform, or are we trying to sneak into it? Because it's a very different approach for both sides, and the level of complexity is different each way.
I think we should go in quiet. That makes sense, Jasper.
Quiet usually stops people from understanding what we're trying to do, or any of the other shuttles getting word to the other guys.
Okay, so
Go in quiet.
to me, that inserts the complication, sirs, that if we're going to go in quiet, we need a vehicle that they're expecting to see. Then that's, as Lieutenant Bralix was pointing out, our hardest part right now is figuring out how to get there. We highly limit our transportation options if we need a vehicle they're expecting to see. If we could just take any shuttle or ship to get there and assault the platform where they have the fuel shuttle or fuel ships that we're looking for, we could take any available ship as long as it meets whatever assault requirement we want to use. If we want to do deception, we must go take the extra step of finding and procuring a ship they are expecting it to see and that is authorized to be in the heart of their refueling operation.
These platforms, if I remember correctly, they're not near anything else, right? Like, they're not, the multiple different platforms are not, like, right next to each other, correct?
They are not right next to each other, but near is a relative term. Like, yes. The one platform is not going to see gunfire happening on another platform. They're not within visual range of each other. They're over the horizon.
Then we have the choice, boss man. Jasper's got a point. It'll be easier, and as long as we rapidly take the thing and then get whatever shuttle that we have out of there, like get in, take it, leave the 8 of us, and then shuttle gets out of there with whatever is left. So there's not any abandoned shuttles there, and then we start the deception at that point. It may be easier for us.
Now, from what I remember hearing, please correct me if I'm wrong, between last episode and this episode, is that these platforms are a very hectic kind of place. Is that true?
Yes.
Yes.
So lots of hustle bustle, a lot of people doing their own thing.
Yeah, intermittently, yes. So, yes, you have the right impression, but also in that hecticness is sometimes they're completely abandoned. Because it's very ad hoc. It's sometimes there's a ton of people there getting a ship ready, like for example, we're getting ready to go fuel the Wyvern Corvette. That platform is probably going to be buzzing with people because they're getting ready to do an operation. That once they launch for that operation, they may completely, literally take every living soul off that platform.
Gotcha. That was my confusion between last episode and this episode.
Yeah,
is that we were. I understand now.
Yeah, they are designed to be automated, and they're only using these because that shipyard has been blown up. Also, the personnel being used, because you got to realize that when the shipyard was blown up, all the top tier people were there. So all your best mechanics, maintainers, everything, all the best equipment were all in the shipyard, and it got vaporized. So you are dealing with second and third string technicians.
So if we go fast and loud, what can we do to stop any signal from trying to get out, just in case they hit a button? Can we get a blocker ship? I mean, the same ship that brings us in, can it go back out and then run block for any signal coming out?
Yeah, some kind of a jammer, something like that would actually jam any outgoing signals, or any signal, actually, from the platform.
And then we go in fast, loud, and hit them where it hurts.
Another question, is there a way for us to somehow plan when the platform will either be whether the platform will be in a condition that we want? Do we want the platform to be hustle bustle? Do we want the platform to be vacant? And of course, pick which one of those opportunities is the one that suits our needs best.
I think that takes some scouting and some more data.
Because both of those scenarios can provide us some type of a good advantage. Like if it's a hustle bustle and really madhouse, then we could probably sneak in, sneak out, and maybe they're off doing their own thing, and maybe we could kind of get out under the radar per se. If it is ghost town, then that's a different type of scenario there.
Realistically, we just need to make a decision and go with it.
Brelix has been opening different tabs on Windows, listening to everybody speak, running through the different numbers, and he looks at Jasper and says, "Jasper, you have some experience. I don't know. Everybody who's
Has some
listening,
experience being left behind by you? I mean, no.
I apologies again. Going through space to get to this refueling center, is there blockades we need to run? There's a safe way? Not safe is probably not the right words. I'm overthinking everything again. I'd like to go in loud to a hustle and bustle one because I believe that gives us the best chance of taking a ship that is being refilled and refitted to go refuel a Riven-class ship. We definitely need a jamming system so they can't get communications out, and I don't know if these plans were there or not, but if we could have like assault pods to go from our ship to their ship, to the refueling center, that would give us the surprise advantage to find their communications and cut that off as quickly as possible. And then that lets us get the ship that dropped us off there out back safely. Correct?
So for what the security looks like, we'd have to ask Churchill. Assault pods are doable under certain circumstances with certain ships, but honestly, I'm not really thrilled about the idea of using assault pods on a gas giant. They're not known to be, particularly accurate, number one. Number two, they're generally dropped in by gravity, and we know these platforms are held up by giant balloons that those pods would almost certainly pierce. And I don't want to fall to my death into a gas giant, which is almost like 99% what's going to happen if you try to use assault pods.
Relix closes another tab and looks back up, and he says, so we just go in hot and dock with the floating refurb platform?
That's something that I expected you to make a decision on, sir.
Well, if other ships actually go there to dock and refuel, then we could be any ship just going there to dock and refuel, and then, of course, hijack another ship.
That means that we have to take a tanker before we can get there, or can we just fly a transport ship and they'll just accept a transport ship's docking?
Churchill's going to come back. We covered this earlier. Only specific Unity vessels are expected to be there. And basically, you either are going to steal a transport from this platform, or you're going to have to steal a transport to get to the platform to steal a transport from the platform. You just flying up in your shuttle, your rebel shuttle, is definitely not an option. Well, let me rephrase that, because that's not entirely true. If you go in guns blazing and then do an assault, like has been suggested a couple times now, it absolutely is an option. Yeah. It actually is an option. It's not even a bad option. But rolling up there with, hey, I need a tank of gas, is going to get you shot in the face.
If we take the time to go steal another shuttle and take it out there, then every second that we have that we are using that shuttle to get out there and then filling up that shuttle and prepping the shuttle, although it's sneakier at the refueling point, it gives them more time to recognize that the shuttle's missing from wherever we stole it from and do something about it.
I apologize. I believe I was caught up on the fact of getting off of the ship and onto the platform. Assaulting is the right choice, I believe, and that's the one I'd like to go with. I just didn't know how we got off of that ship and onto the platform, and that's why I suggested the assault pods.
We can step off. We'll land very, very quickly.
Once again, we have some people here that have some experience in this sort of thing. We could leverage their expertise.
Okay. With that, tie-in from Marcus, I'm gonna say Rook would be like, yeah, I mean, the way that I would want to do it would be that we use a deployment shuttle or something of that nature that's designed for assaults. We have it zoom and boom against the communications antenna, and then drop us from rappel lines or something down onto the platform, and then we sweep the platform from end to end after the communications tower's been hit. Assuming, of course, that there is a communications tower that's vulnerable to that sort of attack. I don't know the schematics, but that'd be the safest way to do it, to my knowledge. The safest way still involves the potential for casualties.
I like this guy.
If they don't have a comms tower that's vulnerable to external attack, then we get into the best position possible, get on the ship, and clear to the whatever comm center that they have and take control of that.
Casualties meaning the Unity soldiers that were, I don't know if they're Unity soldiers. You're talking about the inhabitants of
I'm
the
talking
ship?
about us dying.
Oh.
Rook looks at
Well-
you like, duh. I'll give a shit if they die. He even says that.
I didn't trying to, if just a regular guy trying to make his living pumping gas as enslaved and Unity person, I don't want to kill them, but
Just so we're on the same page, then we should have a discussion about what our intention is in assaulting this thing if we're not going to waste all of the guys. Like, are we going to tie them up and take them home, or what are we going to do with them if we're not going to waste them?
That's a pretty valid point. So, like, your plan here is to take a fuel shuttle from this platform. What do you do once we leave? Once we enter jump space, it takes 1 week for us to get to our destination.
the balloon station, if that had a leak and fell into the gas giant, that would be beneficial to us.
So now suddenly we're okay with killing civilians. I mean, we all know you're okay with it, Jasper says. But are we as a group okay with that?
I mean, how many civilians are we talking?
I have no idea.
Sorry, I was under the impression it was Unity only. They would shoot you in the face.
Well, we definitely know there's Unity troops on board. But he has a valid point. We don't know how the platform is staffed. Has anyone bothered to ask?
Nope.
So schematics would be nice there, Brelix, and any other information you'd have on a refueling for a refinery platform. Do you think Churchill could get that, or maybe we could look it up?
Yeah, any type of shift changes or any time there is a specific scheduled refill.
Well, you're not going to get that because you guys spent an intelligence mission last time trying to get that information.
Oh, the schedule?
Yeah, like the information you have on the schedule is all the information you're going to be able to get, and it's more information than Churchill even has because you guys hack directly into the Unity network. That's how you know which one of these stations is prepping the shuttles. Like the information you have, you only have that because you guys did that intelligence run.
Relix flips a couple things and thinks to Churchill. He goes, do you have any advanced intelligence on these balloon platforms?
That's Churchill?
Yes.
Okay. So Churchill's going to tell you, he's going to be like, okay, so I know that it's roughly 1,000 displacement tons of balloon for a very small platform that's being held up. The balloon is filled with a lighter than air gas. I'm not sure which gas they're using. And it sits between two thermal layers, and that's what holds it in place. The bottom of the balloon is dipped into a thermal layer that is comprised mostly of gaseous hydrogen, which is being collected and concentrated into its liquid hydrogen form, which is being used as fuel. The entire area is incredibly flammable. However, it is not at such a high concentration that engine thrusters or weapon discharges would detonate large pockets of the substance, which is important because there are shuttles flying in and out all of the time. Standard platform requisitions and standard platform operations before the shipyard was destroyed, the platform was running completely automated, meaning that all of the fuel services being provided was being done by robotic entities. I have no information on what sort of staffing is being used now that the shipyard has been destroyed.
If you, this is a very tough question, were to estimate how many civilians you would need to refuel 2 tankers, how many civilians do you think that would be?
Is this assuming the robotic drones are not available, or that this station has its normal complement of robotic drones?
This is can I have both options?
Well, with robotic drones, the number is 0.
Okay.
Without robotic drones, it would probably be approximately, if you're doing 4 shuttles at the same time, it'd be approximately 12 individuals.
Thanks as always, buddy. We're probably going to have more questions. Then Brelix looks up from his tablets and he shares a couple of the schematics, and he says, it would take 12 potential civilians to refuel all of the ships. That was probably not the best of questions to ask, but we could try to save those 12 and put them on board if they are amenable to that.
Once again, Jasper kind of raises his hand. So, it sounds like we're going with the use a shuttle to assault the platform option.
Yeah, going loud.
What type of shuttle are you thinking of using, sir? Generally, for this kind of operation, we'd have a few different options.
Brelix starts running through shuttle options.
The reason I ask, sir, is because if we're coming off the shuttle and the shuttle has appropriate equipment, it's possible we could load any prisoners on the shuttle after the platform is secure. The shuttle wouldn't be coming with us necessarily. The shuttle won't have a jump drive.
Oh, yeah. I thought that I had said those. Apologies, I didn't say those words, did I? I had all of the thoughts and plans, and I started talking before I started talking and thinking at the same time, and I was counting 8 people in power armor and then counting 12 potential, I said civilians we're going to save, and you said prisoners, but those would 100% fit back on the ship, and then the ship could escape with now also potential sources of intelligence and or potential free people to then think for themselves again.
I would highly advise any civilians would take off the platform be treated as prisoners, at least until they return here. Having them loose on board the shuttle while it is trying to make a stealthy escape, especially if we leave only like a single pilot on the shuttle, would be a disaster. The reason that I asked which kind of shuttle is because whether or not you can actually fit said people on board will be determined by what kind of shuttle you choose.
Of note, if the only thing that this place is expecting to see, as previously discussed, is Unity shuttles, they may be civilian, but we don't know that they are not Unity civilians, or they're not, have any sort of implants, or et cetera, blah, blah, blah. We should definitely treat them as
enemy combatants, Jasper says.
Yes. Yeah, they're bad guys until proven other by people that aren't us. And if they make any hostile moves, like everybody here needs to think of them as enemy combatants, because that's what they are until proven otherwise by them getting on their hands and knees and putting their heads behind their back before we have to do anything. Because this is a loud and fast operation, not a interview one, move to the next.
Hey, are you a good guy? Yeah, okay. All right, well, I'll uncuff you. Yeah, it'll be fine. That was Rook and Kerr joking back and forth.
And speaking on that, there was a question earlier about the communications for the platform. Do we know anything about the current communications abilities that the platform does have?
So Brelix was provided with a schematic of what the default configuration looks like, and he has shared that, I believe he said, with the group. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Without pulling up the map, in essence, you're looking at a series of catwalks strung underneath of a balloon. Think the underside of Cloud City in Empire Strikes Back. Except for some of these catwalks have landing pads on them for ships to land on, and some of them have equipment. One of those pieces of equipment is a communications array. It's an old school like radio tower for providing, ATC guidance and statuses back and forth to orbital satellites and stuff. It's old school. It's low tech, but it's bulletproof, reliable, but it's not bulletproof literally.
In that case, that it is actually older tech, would it behoove us to look into a large scale heavy jammer?
No, I think we want to destroy it.
Another question with that would be, do these, and maybe it's a Churchill question, but do these jammers potentially help block implant communication?
So, since you asked Churchill will chime in and say the jammer is a pretty terrible idea only because it's omnidirectional and has a much wider like, you're going to jam more than just that platform, and a heavy jammer, especially one that can reach down to the level of an implant and jam it, is going to have to be so powerful that they're going to detect it in orbit. And even with the assault, I don't think you want to make that much noise. The jammer is... It basically does its job by flooding all the channels with junk data, and it's a big shoot me sign. Everyone on the planet will know you're there.
Gotcha. Thank you, Churchill.
You're welcome.
Of us four, who's going to fly our ship?
Churchill's going to chime in and help Hylar. None of you should be flying the ship. We have pilots for a reason.
I agree. I was just making sure that everybody knew that.
But for destroying the communications tower that they have down there, the communications array, what is the how much damage do we need to actually do to it to actually destroy it or to make it inoperable?
Was
I
that
mean, is it like a
was that
complete-
directed at Churchill, or is that you guys talking amongst yourselves?
Oh, I'll throw it at Churchill because the idea is I don't. Is it something that do we have to level the array, or is it something that we can say shoot a laser gun at that is going to make a hole someplace that will cause instability in the system?
Well, let's look at some of your options for known shuttle types that you guys have access to. You have access to at least one pinnace. Yes, that's how you say that. And you have access to a couple of deployment shuttles. You have these because these were the ships that were used to evacuate the people from the glowing seep. If you'll look at the deployment shuttle, which is a very standard Rebel platform here, you might notice that it carries a rather significant amount of firepower.
And it can carry the people out.
Technically, I think the pinnace could do that too. You also have access to a number of launches and G vehicles. The problem with G vehicles is you would need to have them flown or shuttled out to the location and then thrown at the atmosphere like a lawn dart. And once they enter the atmosphere, they're not coming back out again in any timely fashion. So G vehicles are possible under certain circumstances, but not advised.
That'd be freaking fun.
I'm sure Hylar would love it. Let's pack him in the equivalent of a Toyota Corolla, and then with no flight controls whatsoever, fling it from the Defender at the gas giant, where you will sit for approximately 40 hours in this car, waiting for it to hit atmosphere before the flight controls work again.
I'm
Completely
totally putting the
ballistic.
camera inside of that.
Nobody but Hylar would live.
I like the idea of the deployment shuttle.
Is the pinnace still without weapons?
So it has a weapons mount, and there are a number of different weapons that could be fitted to it. So the most likely weapon that it would be fitted with would be a beam laser. It might have a pulse laser. It can also have a mount of up to 4, the same 4 PGMPs that the deployment shuttle carries. It can potentially hold those as well.
All right, so we get our new friends here to fly one of these. We get Vex to fly us in.
I recommend our new friends do not fly because they will be getting off of the shuttle. Just like us, we bring pilots.
Yeah, I meant, yes, you're right. Well, okay, so we need 2 pilots. 3 pilots. We need 3 pilots. 4 pilots. Holy shit. Because
There
we're
you go.
flying 2 shuttles out of there.
Yep.
Math. Brelix, why aren't you here doing this math?
You want an even more math?
Yeah.
We need a pilot to fly the Wyvern.
Jasper puts his hand up. Hey, guys, wouldn't the fuel shuttle pilots become part of the crew of the Wyvern when we get there?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Also,
just get rid of the-
I'm sorry to point this out, but we probably need at least one person programmed in astrogation if your escape plan, as I remember on the beach, was to jump away.
Fact.
Right. All right, 4 pilots and an astrogator.
Should we take a look at the Wyvern shuttles crew requirements? Or the Wyvern Corvette's crew requirements? To make sure we have
that's
all of
smart.
those.
You're not going to meet all of the requirements, but that's okay. You don't need to man it like it's a ship of the line.
Oh yeah, lots of things. We should probably bring, like, we'll take care of the Marines. That's us. And officers and whatnot. We should probably bring somebody who can engineer the thing. At a
So,
bare minimum, we should bring the pilot, astrogator, engineers.
so the airborne boarding Marines, they're all like, we are cross-trained to do emergency ship functions that can cover your engineering and gunnery needs.
Sweet.
We will not
Excellent.
be able to do anything other than basic stuff. So understand, we can probably fly or fight the ship, but not both. So we just want to be clear, our plan is not to take the ship into combat.
Right. But the astrogator we're still going to need for the jump out. I'm obviously the medic and an officer. I'll just nudge Brelix.
Churchill is like, hey, you guys can't see it, but I'm raising my digital hand.
Yes.
I'm an astrogator, and you have to take me with you.
Good point.
All right.
Sorry, I'm doing the math. You said 4 pilots. Are we bringing 2 shuttles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 fuel boats.
Two
Yeah,
pilots.
one shuttle
bring
and
the-
2 fuel boats.
Assaulting the station. 2 shuttles or 1 shuttles?
Oh,
One, right?
deployment shuttle. Yeah, sorry. I was getting a little zealous. I thought we would take 2 deployment shuttles in. We don't need to. You're the boss.
2 gives us a chance to assault it better with the shuttles instead of us being on the ground, but doubles our chances of being spotted in space. 1 is a stealthier assault. I think 1 is better for single shot. It's gotta work. And it's easier to get 1 ship instead of 2 ships. But
Okay.
I'm writing down our shopping list of things we need to request from our leadership. 3 pilots. And we need to bring Churchill.
I think they're gonna love that last part.
We need lots of handcuffs. At least
I have
24
a-
pairs.
I have a question about the Wyvern class ship. When it asks for it, it talks about crew. Is that what it's normally staffed with, or is that the minimum required for functionality?
It's not the minimum, it's the maximum. It is the full crew.
Gotcha. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood which direction that was going. Okay, thank you.
I guess it's not technically the maximum because you could cram more people into there, but that is the full complement of the crew.
I just wanted to make sure that we didn't need to have 2 engineers to specifically do engineering work. It was just basically 2 was the staff of the ship.
All right, we want some sort of explosive directionally, Marcus, that could take the comm tower out without blowing up the whole platform. Or maybe the goal at the end of this is to destroy the platform, right? We're gonna need a bomb.
Just shoot it with a gun on the ship, right?
Let's say it is a bomb.
You can puncture the balloon and just let it go.
I also thought that the fixed mount beam laser would be adequate at taking out the communications.
And we could just, like, basically, if we had an ability to do it, just use a laser of some kind to cut the tower in half.
The starship grade weapons on board the ship are going to do a extraordinary amount of damage to this unarmored structure. The reason I point out the deployment shuttle's armament is because there's nothing on that list, including the Sandcaster, that couldn't destroy that tower.
Yeah, I think we got plenty of firepower to take out the tower.
And the anti-personnel PGMPs are they're the same cannons that the Hulk that you've run into in the past. It's that fully auto, and there's 4 of them.
Do we risk shooting it and then causing some type of a chain reaction on the platform to explode the whole thing?
That's a tactical question. The question was, do we have enough firepower to destroy that tower? The answer is a resounding, oh yeah.
All right, so we need to destroy the comms array without destroying the platform, because we need the platform for a little while we get the ships, the tankers, and then we can destroy the platform on our way out. But, there is a certain gap in time where we need the platform, but we don't need the comms tower. Marcus, do you have any ideas?
I'm still a firm believer of shooting it with the guns on the ship.
Okay.
Not the big laser, like the little anti-personnel things. Or even the Sandcaster.
I believe it should be the Sandcaster. The anti-personnel things are plasma based, and plasma is hot, and the air is flammable.
Fair.
As opposed to the beam laser, which is also hot. Also, the air is not flammable. That was very specifically pointed out. There is not a high enough concentration to ignite the atmosphere, or the shuttle's thrusters wouldn't work.
I'm also going to assume that since we're going in hot with a unfamiliar, unplanned ship, that we're going to need to make sure that the first thing that we do is that communication tower.
Yep.
Yeah.
And none of you guys brought it up, but there is a significant thrust and speed difference between these two ships that is also a factor in your planning, as is the sensors array.
Oh yeah, big time.
All right, Brelix, what are you going to ask for so far?
First, we need 3 pilots, 1 Churchill, a bunch of handcuffs, and we now need a deployment shuttle.
Well, we do have a doctor here. Would the doctor be able to have any type of medication or drugs that would be able to knock them out for a period of time?
Instead of handcuffs?
Correct. Coma.
Injections. All right, I'll see what I can do.
I don't know, maybe even shoot it from a gun or something. I don't know.
Rhea's gonna put her hand up. How about in addition to handcuffs? So
Yeah.
there's no reason not to, right?
Yeah, definitely. Handcuffs are good.
It's worth noting that in our standard loadout, Rhea will continue, we don't normally carry stunners.
To the original question of, we're going to kill people, just so everyone's aware. Because if these are Unity civilian people that we don't want to kill, what about the guys on the Wyvern that we're going to go? Are we going to handcuff them too?
No, we'll kill those guys.
I agree, though. This is going to get messy where the loss of life is going to happen. I mean, eventually.
If it soothes your conscience at all, Churchill will say, the Wyvern will absolutely be crewed with exclusively military personnel. As a matter of fact, they will be the elite of the Unity military personnel. Those are the strategic flagships of their fleet. I suspect even the steward will be a military officer.
That does help my conscience. Thank you.
Of note, my conscience is not having any problems with this.
I don't have any problem with it either.
If I'm in the middle of space combat, and my options are potentially get sucked into a vacuum by somebody damaging my power suit thing, or shooting somebody in the face. I'm shooting them in the face, because that's kind of the nature of what we're doing.
Let's just make sure that we're using the right kind of weapons so that way we're not using anything powerful enough that's going to start shooting holes in the ship.
Yeah, guys, what do you guys usually bring when you're going to sweep a ship?
Our standard loadout for combat vac suits are snub carbines, crewmates. It's a PDW. We carry sidearms, and they all take the same magazines and bullets, which are they're basically pistol rounds with frangible tips, so that they won't penetrate the hull, so they won't cause damage to the ship as we board, because you don't want to punch holes in the ship that you're currently boarding most of the time.
Yeah, and sharing ammo, that all makes sense.
Yes, all three of our standard weapons take the exact same ammunition, and 2 of those magazines are interchangeable between each other.
I would encourage that all of us use similar type of weaponry. I'm kind of pointing to myself, considering I've got laser weapons. I need to start getting into something that's more slug related.
I also have a laser rifle.
Indeed, but in your case, Jasper's gonna say, I've seen you with the sword, and you're gonna be in the tight confines of a hallway. I pity the fool.
Sword it is.
Can't shoot things, so sword.
Indeed, although with your sword, actually with both of your swords, just be careful what you swing it at, because there are walls that thing will go through like a hot knife through butter.
What could go wrong?
I mean, we'll be in pressurized suits, but we will eventually, if we jump this thing away, want to take those suits off.
Okay, so does anybody need a sum up of what's going on? Because I could tell you what's going on.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let me type all of this down.
All right. Ultimately, we're trying to steal a Wyvern-class ship. One belonging to the Unity. To do this, we're going to steal a refueling tanker ship. Actually, 2 of them. These are sitting at refining platforms, which we have an official pass to go to. We did that with Tank Masters, but we're not going to use that because we're going to go...
You did not do that.
Oh, I thought we did.
You tried to
Not
and
an
failed, and
official
then were attacked by the
Oh.
drones. You know where they are because you bid on it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, so we're going to need a ride. We're going to take the deployment shuttle. We need 3 pilots and an astrogator. We're going to go loud and attack quickly. So the ship's going to use the Sandcaster to blow the comms tower. We're going to hit the platform, which is held aloft by balloons between 2 thermal layers. There's a lot of catwalks. There could be a lot of robots there, but there also could be up to 12 civilians. Civilians loosely. These guys are really enemy combatants. We're going to treat them as such. So The shuttle that drops us off is also gonna take these guys off the platform, and we're gonna blow the platform when we're done. We're gonna take 2 tankers, fill them up, and then we're gonna go to a rendezvous, which we bid on, to get to the Wyvern class ship. And we're gonna refuel the Wyvern class ship, but right almost at the end of refueling, we're gonna pull some shenanigans and we're gonna board them. And then we're gonna take the Wyvern class ship.
Anybody know how to refuel a Riven class ship?
Oh yeah, I guess we should watch a video or something on that.
There are simulators on the bridge for running underway replenishment for the Defender. You guys could use those simulators to practice making at least basic attempts. The pilots will be trained in part of the process. This is Churchill, obviously, spitting all this out. So you could, learn that very specific skill yourself. It's supposed to be mostly automated as long as the ships aren't, being shot at.
Sweet.
So what I think you should do now, above table GM, is coach Braylix on how he's going to pitch this plan to Griggs. And I think while we're doing that, I would like to take an early bathroom break. And if anyone else needs to take a break, we can, have a quick break. But if you want to sit here and coach Kizik through his speech, you're welcome to do that as well. Ooh, that was a good Thunderboomer. Anyway, I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to leave the screen over the Gravy Tea Well icon in case you also want to do another one of your reads. And I will be back in approximately 3 to 5 minutes.
Hey, Kizik.
Second on the bio, so.
Alright. Coaching and do the bio later. This is easy. When it comes to confidence, this stuff, start your sentence with "I intend to," and just tell them what you're gonna do. Don't do the we could do it. Just tell them what we're gonna do, and why we think it's gonna be successful, and what we're going to gain from it. And
Yeah,
that's way easier said than done, but
I intend to steal a Riven class ship.
Oh no, I would start it out like for the low price of 3 pilots and 2 just 1 shuttle. You and this Wyvern ship could be yours, the Defender.
Sales pitches actually are probably no. I am a lieutenant in the army, so I intend to steal a Wyvern class ship from the Unity. We have brand new information. The information we have was done from us hacking into the Unity's network.
But before you go into all of that, give him the why we intend to. Like, what are the pros and cons to? Like, just bottom line up front. Why are we stealing a Wyvern class ship? Hey, they've got air superiority. We intend to either steal or destroy one of their Wyvern class ships to hamper their progress in air superiority. We intend to do this using the following equipment. Don't ask him for anything. Just tell him what the plan is. I intend to use 3 pilots and everything manning these ships to do this thing, and this is why it's going to be successful. And just tell him what you're going to do, because if he doesn't like it, he's going to go, and no.
I don't need to tell him about the knowledge that we obtained from hacking. He doesn't care about the new knowledge we need to act on because it's time pressing. That makes a sale. But does that make a sell to give me ships? Ship, singular.
If you've got the reason on why you want to do something in the first place, the rest of it is is a moot point per se. So like if he agrees with the concept of, hey, we're gonna take this thing because we need it to get air superiority, then he's gonna go like, all right, great, you're going to do it. The fact that we have knowledge of it, that'll be a later question of like, okay, why would I do this? Oh, because we learned a thing. Like, start with this is a good idea because, not the hey, why do we think it's a good idea or blah 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 blah. Like, it's either a good idea and he likes it or it's not, and then you have to start defending it.
When I defend it, that's when I use my knowledge of all of the specific things that we know.
Yes. Because he could be like, man, that's a great idea, which I highly doubt he will, but he could be like, very well, do a thing.
I'm back, but my only contribution is to say less is more and stick to the facts.
For the low, low price of 3 pilots and 1 shuttle.
Correct.
Yeah.
Or option 3, as Hylar states there, sell it to him like that. I think that way has some merit to it, in the fact that the rest of us are going to videotape that and enjoy watching it happen.
But I'm a serious lieutenant, and we have a good plan, and I have confidence in that plan. I intend to do these things, and no, I don't need to stutter anymore. I have the confidence. I intend to steal a Wyvern class ship. We need to steal a Wyvern class ship because the Unity has air superiority over the Rebellion. In order to take this Wyvern class ship, we need to take 2 tanker class ships. And those 2 tanker class ships exist in a platform on the gas giant. We're going to need a deployment shuttle. I should write that down so I remember the exact word for that. We're going to use the deployment shuttle to come in and assault the single isolated refueling station.
I wouldn't say we need. Be obvious. I just go. I will. I intend on using deployment shuttle, and like just don't say need or anything like that because that's obvious, or we wouldn't be talking to him.
Intend. Sorry. Getting
No,
better
we're
at it
gonna
already.
take the deployment shuttle. That's what. You just say it straight up. We are gonna take a deployment shuttle and do this. Not we need it. Not we want it. Not we not. We're doing this. That's it.
Yep. If he doesn't like it, he'll say no. But if you go, well, I want, he'll go, well, why? Well, why? Well, why? And he'll just why you to death.
Yeah, but isn't the fun part of communicating with people answering all of their why questions? Because that's where you have all of your knowledge and you can just explain all of the different things that you guys know. And
Nope.
But we're not trying to communicate it with anybody. We're trying to say, shut up, we're doing this.
Right. It's not a communication. It's one way. You are telling.
Keep it simple and stick to the facts.
Yep.
I intend to steal 2 tanker ships. I intend to use those 2 tanker ships to rendezvous with the escort to get to the Wyvern class ship. I intend on taking a deployment shuttle and 3 pilots and an astrogator from here to the gas giant. I intend on fast assaulting an isolated refueling station. I intend on.
All right. Okay. You're hedging all the intentions. Like, this is what we are gonna do. Just lay it out.
Yeah,
Go into the refinery.
Is that not what I intend means?
No, I understand, but you don't have to keep repeating that you intend to do them. Drop the intention word.
Use the intention like once, and say this is like I intend on taking a Wyvern class Corvette by getting the shuttle, taking 3 pilots with me, going out there, taking the thing, doing the other thing. You only need to say intend when you're just talking about the original bottom line up front plan of we're going to go do this thing.
I intend on stealing Wyvern-class ship by stealing 2 tanker refueling ships on a gas giant. My team and I will use a deployment shuttle to fast assault said refueling platform. My team will need an extra 3 pilots and an astrogator to get from Edenfall to the gas giant. No follow-up questions. No, that's too much confidence.
You don't need to say no follow-up questions. Like, he's gonna if he's got questions, he's gonna ask them. He's the captain.
Well, I've listened to this for a minute, and I think they're all trying to give you very good advice, Kizik. I was about to say, I want to give everyone a chance to actually get their bio break. Ghost, did you get one?
I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, it's easier when you can switch to your phone.
That does help, but I haven't had to do that yet. It's all good.
Kizik, they're giving you very good advice. As you're struggling through this, I want you to understand that this has some real life implications for you,
Boy.
Because this is the job that you're considering in real life.
That might have in other meetings disappeared as an option, which hurts me personally.
It shouldn't. I don't know that you would be happy doing this for a living in real life. I think it's fun in a game.
Your ship landed at 0300. Customs lost your cargo manifest. Your co-pilot hasn't slept since Regina. Sounds like breakfast. At Gravy Tea Well, we don't care where the local clock says. Breakfast is hot, coffee is bottomless, and the gravy has enough structural integrity to survive 2 G's of acceleration. Try the crew favorite Downport Special. Eggs, hash slabs, toast, and enough protein to make you forget what you ate during jump. Feeling ambitious? Climb the Gravy Tea Mountain. Feeling reckless? Order the legendary Black Hole Biscuit, a core biscuit completely buried beneath our signature gravy. We know what's under there. We checked. And remember, bottomless coffee is still just 2 credits. Delayed Planetside asked for the customs delay combo because if they've already said it's just another 20 minutes twice, you're gonna need the extra side. Gravy Tea Well. Breakfast stays down. That dog.
That dog. Speaking of that dog, have you heard about dogs? That dog could end up in these dogs.
That dog should end up with these dogs.
Every Vargar just said, nope.
They'd eat my dog. It is a heck of a storm out there.
Mm-hmm.
Gentlemen,
I'm really enjoying it.
worried that the power is going to go out.
I mean, it seems to be moving away now, but like, I was listening to it in here, and when I went on that bathroom break, my son's just sitting in the completely blacked out living room listening to the rain hit the skylight, which is one of my favorite things to do.
That's a good one.
It's like the only time he takes his headset off. Yeah, it's a hell of a bathroom break.
Maybe they fell in.
I mean, there about a week ago, we were pretty sure he fell in because he just didn't come to work. Remember how, like, last time we had one of these sessions? He said, "Oh, I'm not feeling so good." Well, that Monday, he wasn't there. And he wasn't there all week. The entire week. And I went, I hope he's alive. His wife works there with us, and I think it was Wednesday. She was like, he finally took medicine. And I was like, Jesus, it would not take me that long. Like, I'd have been like, nope on that immediately. Now, what is this you're drawing? Is that a unicorn? Is that a... Oh, nope. If you turn this way, it's a face. It's got horns. Yep. It's a capper snap.
There you go.
All right, we're going to give him another minute. Because I felt like after all that coaching, he should get to listen. See how his Padawan does. So when I ask it for sci-fi music on this thing, it mixes in horror music. It feels like those genres are tied together, and a lot of times they are. But like days like today, that's not appropriate. All right, we've had our other minute. So Braylix, you've been called to the
one.
You've been called to the principal's office. You haven't been called. You're going to show up in Griggs's office, and you're going to present your plan to the commander. Let's see what you got. You enter the room. Griggs sees you, and he's like, Lieutenant, how are you feeling? Have you spoken to your crew? Everyone managed to deal with the aftermath of the mission?
Sorry, sir. It's still tough. It was a call that needed to be made, and they still are ribbing me. Do you know what I'm saying, sir?
Honestly, that's a good sign. If they feel comfortable enough to give you shit about it, they're not really pissed off at you. Would you like a drink?
Yes, that might help settle my nerves. I have a pitch for you, sir.
A pitch? Okay. Are you going to sell me a timeshare? He jokes as he pours you a drink.
I pick the drink up and I start with, well, for the no, that's not the right way I want to do this. I want to be serious. I could actually try to sell you something, but, sir, and he takes a sip.
It is, once again, the sweet tea substitute.
Berlix looks at it, looks back at Griggs, and he says, Sir, I intend on stealing a Wyvern-class ship. By stealing the ship, we intend on balancing the space battle and helping the Resistance win the war against the Unity. In order to steal the Wyvern-class ship, we're going to steal 2 tanker ships. We're going to use a deployment shuttle with 3 pilots and an astrogator. We're going to assault the isolated platform with the refueling tankers. Once we have the refueling tankers, we're going to go to a rendezvous point, and we're going to be escorted to the Wyvern-class ship. As we are refueling the Wyvern-class ship, we're going to use our battle dress and the other Marines' assault dress to take the Wyvern-class ship by force. Once aboard the Wyvern-class ship, we will take it, jump to space, and come back and make communications with a new ship that's if to be used for all of the resistance, sir.
Griggs is quite shocked, and he slowly evaluates you as he takes a drink and just stares in silence for a moment, absorbing what you've said. And the silence drags on for Bralix is probably an uncomfortable couple of moments. Griggs says, "That may be one of the more ambitious plans I've ever heard, and I have Tiberius working as my intelligence officer. A couple of things that I might suggest when you give these plans, briefings in the future, I don't necessarily need to know every detail right up front. We could have led with your intentions. Also, the resistance, as you refer to it, I realize that, from your perspective, it must seem like, us down here fighting on the ground are the main elements. What you don't see is that the Edenfall Federal Military still exists in orbit. And we have traditionally had this line between the two of us, where the Federal Military, the Federal Navy, handles starships and such operations as what you've proposed. And we in the Resistance stay on the planet and do what we can. Now, obviously, he, waves his hand at the Defender's walls. We have ships, but a warship, a proper warship like the Wyvern, we would not keep that. We would give that to the Federal Navy. So you would need to transport that to one of their strongholds and hand it over. It would still benefit us, but we would not operate it. We don't have the people to do that. It's a very ambitious plan. Do you really think that you could do this?
Relix's knee had been bumping up and down, and he'd been shaking his drink, like hearing all of these things. And in his mind, he heard less thoughts, but I had so many things that I also wanted to say. No, he's actively talking. I got to think it through. Do I believe that we could be successful at this, and I think the surprise aspect of it is one of its greatest attributes.
Give me a social tactics check.
Eight.
An 8 is a pass. That's a pretty good check. Okay. So what you need from me to accomplish this is, you said something about pilots. I'm sorry, you glossed over the details so fast. You need to requisition some pilots, and I'm assuming a deployment shuttle.
Correct. 3 pilots, 1 to do the deployment shuttle to get us there. Then if we can capture anybody, they would return in the deployment shuttle back to Edenfall. We need 2 pilots to pilot the acquired tankers. Those pilots would then fly the tankers, start the refueling process, and once we took the Wyvern class, then fly the Wyvern class into deep space and then back to the appropriate rendezvous. And we need a astrogator.
Okay. He turns in his chair. Churchill, bring up the schematics for the Wyvern class. And on the wall display, the schematics come up. And he cycles through. See him looking at various different attributes. And he says, okay, I see a couple of questions here that are probably worth asking. You said jump to space. Obviously, you have a set rendezvous point that you want to jump that ship to meet us, since it will be out of fuel. Actually, he scrolls through a few other things. You might be able to... Yes, you absolutely could. You could make 2 consecutive jump 1s if you fully refuel the ship. So you could, in essence, jump twice to a neutral area and then to a rendezvous point. But I, once again, am assuming that you're going to want to go to a rendezvous point that you're going to want to have specified ahead of time. What if you have battle damage? What if you have emergency medical needs? What if you take casualties and you can't fully crew the ship? I suspect you're going to want to arrange to meet another ship.
And have a ship. You're saying before we even get to the in space, in deep space, in neutral space, have a ship there waiting to potentially refuel and repair. We should meet a ship in system.
What I'm saying is, so you're never going to leave the system. And you have, shaken him a little bit with that statement. What we're talking about is once you jump away from the holding area, the place you're going to when you jump out of jump space, you're going to want a ship there to meet you to take care of all those eventualities. In theory, if nothing goes wrong, you could jump to a neutral space like that and then jump directly to the Edenfall Navy stronghold. I could give you coordinates for it. However, one of the other reasons that I would like you to take this intermediate step of meeting another ship is I don't want to give you the coordinates of one of the Edenfall Navy's strongholds or their approach corridors in the event that, to be blunt, in the event that this goes badly, which may very well happen, and you're captured.
Those are acceptable, sir.
He seems very amused at your response. You don't know why. Okay, Brelix. Here's the deal. I put your squad together to do high-risk, high-reward, sketchy shit. We've given you extra personnel that are specially cross-trained in boarding actions on ships, and you have utilized that tool for a plan that will help the Resistance. I'm going to approve your plan. I'm going to put a few caveats on it. I'm not sending Calico with you. I understand that she's the best pilot we have and that there's a probably personal reason that she may want to fly this mission for you, but I'm going to have to reserve you to assets that I can afford to expend, and Calico isn't one of them. So he pulls up a dossier. I have 3 good pilots available that I can lend you. One of them I'm borrowing from the Ironwood's partisans, but I'm pretty sure she'll be willing to help us out. I have 2 deployment shuttles at my disposal right now, and I can afford to let you lend one of them for the insertion, the assault, and the exfil for the passengers, possibly prisoners. It will have to be a high-speed, high-stealth entry and exit. He taps a few other keys. Obviously, risking the TL-14 suits is going to be problematic, but Herkimer tells me we're barely able to keep them functioning anyway. So, better to use them while they still have function in them than let them rot in the racks. What's your intention for the refueling platform after you depart?
I hear that the gas giant is very treacherous, and if there happens to be I intend to blow it up and have it fall into the gas giant.
You saved that one. Good. Your plan's approved, Relix. with the standing caveats that I've already given you. Start gathering your team, put together your put together your resources, and get everyone briefed. The pilots I'm assigning to you are Snowcat, Vex, and G-Force. They should be in the pilot ready room, or they are on shore tending to the maintenance of their shuttles. You're dismissed. Take the win, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. And he drinks the rest of his juice and walks backwards out of the room, waving. And the door closes behind him, and he goes, "I think I did it." And he hops down the hall, goes down the next corridor, makes it back to the cargo area.
Gotta go.
I made the sale. It's approved. We're gonna use Snowcat Vex. Oh no, we don't do the G. It's approved. Everybody, get ready. We're gonna go take a couple of ships to then go take a Wyvern class ship.
All right, let's do this. Wait, who are our pilots?
Details, yes. Snowcat, Vex, and G-Force. He's given us a deployment shuttle. We have to blow up the gas station, and high-speed insertion, high-stealth insertion, high-speed, high-stealth exfil for the prisoners. Yeah. We're going to space, guys. We're going to space, guys.
Okay. Herkimer, let's suit up.
So you're going to go over to the mech bay and just immediately jump into your suit?
No, I need to just start with, how many suits do we have ready? Is it all 4?
You will have all 4 by the time the shuttle's pre-flight's done. Especially now that, so now that you guys have spent all this time doing this, I mean, I imagine that whole putting it together, having your conversations, doing a briefing, you're at least a day later, right? So, yeah, at the rate he was going, plus, Garrett came over here and told Talar how much he appreciated everything. He's the first time someone's treated Talar like a, real person. And so Talar is super spiffied up Garrett's suit. It's got its laser rifle reintegrated. It's got all the bells and whistles on it. It's shinier than the rest of your suits.
Wow. Spit shined.
Yeah, it's amazing how being nice to the help will, get you a little bit better treatment.
You're the man, Talar.
But no, once I realize that Calico's not coming with us, I'm gonna break away in the chaos and try to find her.
She'll be in one of the barracks. Actually, no, she's the third in command. She'd have her own suite up here. She'd be on the flight deck near the bridge.
I'd peek my head in and explain how fucked this mission is and how we're going on it, but she's not.
Well, when you open your mouth to say that, so you poke your head in, and you have a key to her quarters, which means that when you push your ID up against the door, it just opens. But you might notice that it was locked. You stick your head in, you go to open your mouth to say that, and you realize that she has been ugly crying right before you came in. It's enough to shock you. She's like, "Oh, I needed to talk to you, but I wasn't ready yet."
Well, I could come back later, but I might not be here because I've got a mission that we're going on.
Okay. Well, I guess it's now then. And she like pulls you in the inside and shuts the door. She's got a terminal window up on one of the screens, and it's freeze framed on what you would immediately recognize as the banquet tower right before it was hit by the falling debris in North Rio. And she says to you, so you heard the intelligence about Taylor possibly being alive and her father being this speaker for Ironwoods. And we didn't really have time to discuss what that would mean for us if that were the case. And I know this is not an ideal time, but I'd like to know what does, if she's alive, what would that mean for us?
It doesn't change us at all. I thought she was dead. We've been together for a while now, and there's no reason to stop or change that. The world has turned. We're different people now, and I hope that she understands that. I don't know what she's gone through in this, span of time, but I know that you and I have gone through what we've gone through, and that's what's important. You don't have to worry. If she's alive, hopefully she can forgive me. But
So I'm
it's a
sorry.
completely different world.
I'm sorry to have asked you that question like that, in this way before showing you this, and my reasoning is I just needed to know for sure. So Tiberius saw the intel that Taylor might be alive, and he knew the effect it would have on you and I. So he pulled some strings to get some information for us. And you're going to want to watch this. And she reaches over and she touches the terminal, and it starts playing the video. And one of the things you'll notice is that Calico turns and she sits down, not facing the terminal. You watch this terminal feed. It's obviously been stitched together from several different points of view, and it's been stitched together from drones and aerial footage and various different composites that are creating a high-def image of the side of the banquet as a composite, as all of the shrapnel and debris is falling from the sky and hitting it. And it zooms in on what seems specks, and you see Taylor and her mother free falling from the side of the banquet. And after just a second or two of it, a sharp piece of glass comes through and cuts Taylor in half. It is a unmistakably fatal hit.
Holy shit.
And then they fall into the dust and debris of the building, and the building in essence falls on top of them. And then it just goes to black. And Calico couldn't watch it again. It's pretty graphic for Hylar.
That happened. Oh, I'm gonna be sick. How did he get these? This is insane.
Apparently, he tasked 4 of his intelligence gathering AIs to specifically find that information and composite it together, which is a significant waste of resources. Or at least I would normally assume that he would think. I don't understand why he did it for us, but I know he did it because he knew we would need to know.
I reach out to comfort her. This is pretty definite then. She's gone. There's no way.
I don't think there's any way anyone could have survived that.
I'm sorry.
But I always assumed she was dead before, so it's It's just the same as we originally thought. The only question remains is what's going on with Orakai.
Yeah, what's pushing him to be like this? Doesn't make any sense now.
I mean, that was his wife and daughter. I don't understand. And I'm sorry to dump this on you right before you go on a mission. We can talk about it more when you get back, but I didn't want you to go without us having that conversation.
I think I understand. It's better to know. And, we're stronger for it. I hope I come back and see you again. And then I leave the room abruptly.
She's like, what? She's like reaching out for a hug. You're just like, yeah, peace, bye. Sorry.
I find it entertaining that we tell Kizik, you do a thing, and then you go in there and be like, I hope I come back.
Yeah, because, I'm hedging.
Hedging what? If you don't come back, she's not going to be able to do anything to you.
That's true, too.
You'll be dead. As will the rest of us.
I mean, Kizik nailed his for the most part. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but it was good enough.
Relix wants to go talk to Tiberius.
Okay. Tiberius is in the briefing room with his intel screens up, as he always is, going through analysis of various different resistance cells and operations. In fact, one of the things he's reviewing right now, as you look through this, is he's got a plan up on the board to try to contaminate some of the refueling platforms in the gas giant with the chemical that you guys pumped into the fuel tanks at the docks. It's obviously a plan that he's looking at performing.
Relix Knox kind of looks at all of the stuff and goes, "Oh, that's the chemical we used for the Rousseau thing."
Yeah, there was a couple of valuable pieces of intel, he says distractedly as he's typing through. He pulls up another plan, and this one may give Braylix a little flip-flops. So there is an entire Aslan pride that was assimilated into the Unity and makes up a lot of their space force. So the whole clan has been assimilated, so there's no remnants of it, but they're still Aslan biologically. So the toxin for the sunscreen that Garrett is using that will instantly kill an Aslan because it's a neurotoxin, he's basically looked at schematics to pump it into starships through the nose cone of a missile to turn anti-ship missiles into nerve agent missiles for Aslan to basically kill Unity ships that way. That was also a valuable bit of information.
Relix turns his head sideways and has an internal thought outside and says, couldn't the cybernetics just render the dead Aslan, husks? Would that potentially? Oh, man.
So, as we understand it, for the cybernetics that the Unity uses for its higher level troopers, it is not a complete override of the organic material. We've learned from liberated Unity troopers that it is in essence a loyalty change. They want the mind intact. They especially crave good, solid thinking biological commanders and individuals who are intelligent because they utilize biological intelligence. However, if the body dies, it could be transformed into a husk, but a husk can only be used for basic, zombie-like attacks. It is nothing like a military commander or ship captain or fighter pilot, which is what these individuals have become.
You would have thought that through. Have you seen our plan?
I got a message a few moments ago from Griggs. Went out to all of the senior officers stating that you were approved to run an operation and that you could requisition certain special tokens. But I've not been briefed on the contents of the plan.
Long story short, and I know you hate it when we brief over the very specifics, I think we're going to take a Wyvern-class ship.
You're going to take a Wyvern-class ship? He does look
Yeah.
genuinely shocked.
Yeah, we're going to take a couple of refueling shuttles. We're going to then get escorted to the Wyvern-class ship. We're going to then refuel the Wyvern-class ship and board it and take everybody on board out and then fly it out.
Interesting. And you can see the wheels immediately turning, and he says, so have you considered, as someone who knows that things go wrong, what you're going to do if that boarding action goes poorly?
We're going to cause some kind of catastrophic failure. The engines probably can explode, and then we can exit quickly on the two. Ooh, this might be a one-way trip, huh?
If a boarding action goes poorly, it is going to be a one-way trip. And if it's going to be a one-way trip and you've got one or two fuel shuttles hooked to said Wyvern-class Corvette, the next best thing to taking it would be destroying it. I trust you are capable of making that decision, considering your track record.
Yeah, and any of the surrounding ships that get close enough to it also get caught up in that big fireball.
That would be a bonus, yes.
Yeah. Mm-mm. And then he kind of does some finger motion as he's thinking through other like tactical plans. And what if we shot one of those? No, that's not as big of an explosion. We need to destroy the ship. No, but we're gonna. Yeah. Well, if I don't see you again, which I really hope that I do. Thanks, sir.
I hope we meet again as well. Good luck, Lieutenant.
And he walks out.
That was a pleasant conversation. What's next, guys? Are you all waiting for Braylix to come down and confess his sins?
I mean,
Well,
I
I'm
don't
gonna-
think he's ever going to tell us anything.
No, we need to get ready. So I'm gonna head back to my room and start getting things like breaching charges and all that kind of stuff. I'm ready to rock and roll.
Okay.
Yep, what's everybody's loadout?
I was about to say, let's put together the plan.
I've actually started working on my loadout already. There is one additional thing I would like to pick up from the oh gosh, what are they called? The Taurus vendor. I'd like the League of Taurus vendor. I'd like to get some infinite rope from that guy.
Do you have enough axe head for it?
I believe. I'm trying to remember how much it was. I have to get into his thing here.
One sec. The infinite rope is a TL 15 or 16. I may have to look it up again. It's a little bit hard to read that. don't remember it
It
being
looks
that.
like a 16.
I don't remember it being that blurry.
Yeah, for real.
Well, that would make it 6 axe heads.
That's good. I could do 6. I've got 8.
Okay. There you go. Cards on the table.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be adding that to my backpack.
Could definitely come in handy in any situation where you might be EVAing.
That's what I figured. Yes.
Anyone else?
I think I got everything I need in my backpack from my locker thing.
Excellent.
Oh, yes. And it's only 1 kilogram, so I'm keeping track of that as far as my weight is concerned as well.
That's good.
Of
I
note,
was-
gentlemen, I've got sword and riot shield, and I'm bringing a riot grenade and breaching charges.
And we are wearing our suits then?
You are wearing your suits. That is correct.
It's gonna be a long day. Let's make sure we bring some extra power cells for our suits.
Oh, and I can. Do you need player point? Do you have player points? Nope, you're maxed out on player points. Of course you are. He's a good player. Let's get some battery cells. How many we need? We need 4, right?
Yep.
Here we go.
Like, yes.
There's 4 battery cells. Now, you don't necessarily have to carry them on your person if you don't want to. The reason I bring that up is because they are 5 kilograms apiece.
Well, I just want to keep it safe until we get onto the ship.
There is also, I'm going to go ahead and throw this out there, Herkimer has provided you each with a cable that allows you to charge your suit directly from a standard power outlet, but it's a slow trickle charge. So if you needed to, you could plug into the ship's power and recharge your suits. Now, obviously, at some point, you're going to have to take your suit off. So that is something else. And the reason I asked, by the way, very specifically about you guys getting in them now is because you guys need to walk through how long you're going to be in these suits right now.
Yeah, if we only have 4 hours in them, getting in them now, it's gonna take longer than 4 hours to get out to the thing.
Well, it's very significantly, even in power conservation mode, you're not going to have enough. So it's 4.1 hours at maximum thrust. And that's assuming you can do thrust 9 the entire way, which you can't. So think of it more like 6 hours on a deployment shuttle in one direction to get out there. But once you steal the thing, it's a week in jump space. And then you steal the Wyvern, and it's a week in jump space. You see the problem?
Yep.
So what you may want to do is bring these suits not with you in them, but with you ready to be put in them, like on racks.
Yeah, and then use them when we're about to get into the Wyvern.
Use them at the shuttle, or to take the shuttles, and then take them off. Once we're back on
There's
rack,
only
swap out the batteries.
no. Unless you are going to bring a mechanic, which you did not request, you don't have the equipment or people to take them on and off properly. You will have to shed them.
So we should get vac suits so we can help on the platform.
Right, so, yeah, armored vac suits for the platform, and then we'll switch to our real suits when we're doing the Wyvern ingress. Right, Kizik?
Can we just requisition that?
You can just requisition vac suits, yes.
And I'm assuming those armored vac suits are a lot simpler to take on or off, correct? Or they need assistance still?
I mean, you have to buddy help each other, but they don't require, like, the TL-14 suit requires, in essence, the Iron Man pedestal. You need a automated robotic pedestal to properly take them on and off, and it's a big piece of equipment. Or you need a certified power armor technician with a full toolkit and a rack to take it on and off. And the technician with a rack takes a significant amount of time to do it. So, like, it can be done in the field with the right support. That's why Talar was so important to you guys. But the only other ways you found out on the submarine to take them off is to emergency shed them. Which, they can still be reassembled, but they're in pieces.
So basically, once you do that, you're not getting back into them the same trip.
No, you're not.
We need to save that to assault the Wyvern class. We now need a way. Oh no, that's kind of dangerous for us. Do we need gas giant air-based hydrogen? Can we breathe that? I don't think so.
You need a breathing mask, but you don't need a full pressure suit. So, like, the other Marines that are wearing their combat vac suits, I would suggest letting them just use that. But if you wanted to use a much lighter piece of armor that would be less encumbrance and less difficulty in a lot of different ways, then you could do that as long as you all wear wet respirator. So there's like a trade-off here.
Does everybody need a assault vac suit, or can we just wear armor while assaulting the station?
I thought I just answered that question. Did I not just answer that question?
I think he was then asking us what our preference was.
Looked right at Hylar and said, "Do you need one of these?"
I would really like a combat vac suit. It would make me feel better.
Yeah, same, please.
Concur.
Brelix hits the pad a little bit and orders some combat vac suits.
These are the basic model,
right? Yep,
Right.
These are the basic models.
Okay.
I'm assuming we're putting these into the ship locker.
So it's very important that you not put them in the ship locker because that represents a physical box on the Defender. And that's why you're going to have to manage this very, very well. Like, you're going to have to keep very close track of this, like what's on your person. Because that means that you are now crating the battle dress onto the shuttle as cargo.
Yep.
So you have 0.6 tons. That should be plenty to put 4 suits of powered armor. These things are 95 kilograms apiece. And you have roughly 600 and some odd kilograms to play with. So you have space.
And you said we got the basic ones, right?
Yes, you have the base. Those are the ones the Resistance has access to right now.
Gotcha.
You've got your pilots assembled down here, Brelix, if you wanted to talk to them. A couple of familiar faces for your party. Actually, you've seen all 3 of these pilots before.
G-Force was in the sub with us.
Yes, he was.
Also, gentlemen, if we have the chance, which we should send the boarding vac suits back with the shuttle.
All right.
I'd like to also grab a couple more mags for my my shotgun.
Okay. A shotgun is a standard piece of ammunition. You shouldn't have any problem finding ammo at a local vendor for that at the standard cost.
Brelix walks up to the pilots assigned for us.
Okay. So it's a couple of familiar faces. There's Vex, who doesn't like you very much. There's Snowcat, who you don't know how she feels about you because you haven't talked to her since Drift. And there's G-Force, who owes you his life. And, you know, you fished him out of the sea.
Oh, you were on the submarine with me. G-Force, right?
Indeed. I finally got back to being able to fly a spacecraft. It's been a long road.
Oh,
And my very first time getting assigned back to a spacecraft flight, I hear that your team needs a pilot for it was pitched as a low odds operation, but I signed up anyway because I owe you guys.
Yeah, I mean, talk about the odds of somebody having a submarine show up underneath of them. Like, that's, oh man. But we thrive on low odds situations, and best case scenario, you end up flying a Wyvern class ship. Like, that's pretty exciting. And Snowcat, how have you fared since Drift? Oh man, it's been a long time since I've seen you.
Yeah, I've mostly been making supply runs using stealth shuttles in and out of Drift, but when Commander Griggs landed here, he asked for a couple of resupplies, and I jumped at the chance to come on over here. Last supply run, Calico said she might need some extra pilots, and I stuck around to see if I could lend a hand. I ran into Vex here, who we used to play poker. And speaking of which, you owe me 20 credits. And she's like, I paid that. And then they get into it a little bit.
You're still as badass as I remember.
And she's like, "Oh, badass. That's so cute." She pats you on the head.
Well, you guys have seen the briefing. We're excited. We're gonna change the course of Edenfall history, maybe by changing the ownership of a Wyvern class ship.
We lost the dubs.
Storm's got to hear.
I guess we lost Thodubs all the way because he didn't protest.
No. The storms are. My dog is now underneath of my feet, actively telling me there's storms here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what I meant is he's out of Discord. Like he's showing up in Discord, but since he isn't saying anything, I'm assuming he's lost internet, and Discord just hasn't caught up yet. It's okay. We can
cat push the off button.
His cat push the off button. Yeah, you got to worry about him doing that.
That's a fast-moving storm, though, if it just got to you guys.
Or it's a really big front.
True.
Actually, a little late from when they said it was going to get here.
It was a good storm. I enjoyed it. And we didn't lose power, so it was an extra good storm.
Well, that's good. If you guys didn't lose power, then it's probably...
Well, we say that, though, Dubs. He's, like, very close to you two.
Close to me, yes.
Anyway, we'll proceed until all of you drop off like serial killers. Oh, there he goes. So, Snowcat and Vex continue their back and forth while G-Force is doing pre-flight checks on this deployment shuttle they've landed on the beach. This one looks almost fresh out of the shipyard.
I've got my loadout. I'm ready. How about everybody else?
Got everything I got.
Brelix looks around at everybody. He isn't going to control a drone, so he's bringing his laptop.
Okay. You're the one calling the shots. I'm waiting for you.
Oh, and he looks at everybody. He goes, all right. Everybody here has lost people to the Unity. Some hit us close. Some are friends we just met. With this shuttle launch, we're going to strike back and take one of their 3 premier ships that the Unity has. You guys ready? And then he walks onto the deployment shuttle.
Jasper and his backup squad of Marines are like, rock on, and they get on board there. Ready to go.
Yeehaw!
Yep. Let's ride this pony.
There's still a battery left sitting over here. I don't know.
Probably goes to Garrett.
The shuttle's lifters kick in, and it starts rising slowly into the atmosphere.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw. Dubs told us there was a storm. Let's see. I want to see if we have that one. Thought I had one. Looking for a star map. That'll do. I just won't build the rest of it. Okay. So, get up above the planet, and then the ship rockets at thrust 9, which is 9 Gs. However, with the grav plates, you guys don't actually feel it. It rockets away from the planet on a ballistic course. Its method of avoiding being shot down by the Unity is basically raw speed and recklessness as it careens out through the solar system, the pilots dodging little bits of debris and such until it gets into a ballistic trajectory that allows it to make an approach towards Scylla. Over the course of the next 6-ish hours that this flight is going to take, what do you guys do?
Did we take Churchill?
Nope, you sure didn't.
Womp womp.
All right, who's gonna astrogate? We got this.
Oh, it's worse than that. I'm waiting for Kizik to basically say, we gotta turn the boat around.
It's a one-way ship for me. Like, I can't survive a week quantumly disconnected from Churchill.
I guess we're turning around.
I forgot my
Life
ability to
support
stay
system.
alive.
Okay.
So roll me 2d6 of different colors, Kizik, and tell me what the different numbers are for the different colors.
I've got a green one and a yellow one. Green one is 1, or the green one is 6, the yellow one is 1.
That's quite a difference. Okay. So, it takes you 6 hours to get back to the planet. And then you return and everyone's like, oh my god, what's happening? And you're like, oh, we needed Churchill. And you hear, wait, you're not authorized to requisition Churchill. That was never part of your plan. You didn't pitch that to Griggs.
But Churchill, does Griggs know that we've got a quantum entanglement and that I'm going to die as soon as I jump into hyperspace?
Of course not. I told you I would only disclose information if you disclosed it.
Cool. I need to disclose that information to Griggs now.
Okay. I mean, yes, I guess technically there's no choice but to do that now. The time to do it would have been earlier, but you know, it is what it is.
Griggs, this is Relics. We were on the way, and I remembered that if I jumped into hyperspace without, God, man, too many names going through my head right now. I boarded half a mission. Sorry, overwhelmed. I need Churchill to be in the same boat as me as we jump through hyperspace, and if that doesn't happen, I die.
Excuse me? What? And then Churchill chimes in. So there's a quantum entanglement link between the implants in Braylix's spine and my core matrix, which was a great experiment until we realized that he must remain in contact with me or he stops breathing. And that's when Griggs is like, I would love to know how this happened. I'd also love to know when you were going to tell me that one of our greatest strategic assets needed to go on this mission.
Right now, it's not the right time and place to do it, and it makes this much more dependent on success mission.
To be fair, Commander, Churchill chimes in, my addition to the team will greatly improve their chances of success. I mean, if I'm there, the chances of them just getting, evaporated when they try to use the jump drive is much more less likely to happen. And Griggs you can't see him face palming, but you know that that's what he's doing. Give me a persuasion. Or I'll let you do another social tactics roll if you want to do that instead.
That has a better chance of succeeding.
It also is relevant to this particular scenario.
Oh, that's a 9.
So Griggs is like, I don't know, and Churchill chimes in. He's like, at the end of the day, I am a sentient individual being that you have no hold over, and I want to go. And Griggs is like, that's debatable, but I also take your point. So I guess I'll authorize it. Have the deployment shuttle pull up to the top dock, and we'll have someone bring Churchill out with a harness. Bring him back intact.
Yes, sir.
And then Churchill's like, I'm going to go on an adventure. It's going to be great, guys. Don't worry. I'll keep you safe.
I'm glad I remembered. Also, welcome aboard to the adventure.
Who's going to carry Churchill?
He's pretty heavy, isn't he?
He's about 5 to 10 kilograms. Actually, he's about 5, because every time you guys put a Pandora key, enemy loses a little weight.
I think Brellick should carry him.
I 100% will carry him. I do not get to.
You do
I will
not
carry Churchill.
You just will have to be taking negatives to all of your stuff. Okay. You got Churchill in a backpack connected to your thing. And now we Korean off for the adventure. Da 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 da! Excellent. So, now what do you guys do over the 6 hours that you've restarted flying out towards the gas giant?
Mock Brelix profusely.
I'm waiting. I'm down for it. Let's hear it.
Really, Brelix? Did we forget anything else?
Things that keep me alive, bullets and guns. I think we've got everything.
Do we have food?
Do you have the keys?
I'm kind of hungry.
Oh, we don't have food for 2 weeks or 1 week in space. But we'll get that from the refueling center.
Will we?
We better hope that there's food there.
My limbs
I'm eating you.
will regenerate. Please start at my tail. Oh no.
With food. They'll regenerate with food.
Yeah, you have to eat your own tail.
I also didn't bring booze or cigarettes.
Turn back around! No, I'm just kidding.
Fail.
For 6 hours, I'm trying to calm my nerves by watching a movie.
Okay, what movie are you watching?
It's actually a 3-parter about a group of tiny humanoids that find a child in a river and have to take it back to its castle.
Ah. Jasper's watching the space equivalent of The Day After Tomorrow, where a giant ion storm hits a space station and everyone inside is like the ion storm is like moving through the station, killing everyone, and the main antagonists are running, like trying to keep ahead of the wave front as it rips through the station, and in the end they get cooked, and it's considered to be a cinema masterpiece here on Edenfall. But when you're in a spaceship flying through space,
Yeah, that's terrifying.
This is probably the first time Brelix has been on a spaceship. Second time he's been in space because we had to go back. He and Churchill are just talking. I also, like, everybody's telling him, "Oh, what else did you forget?" Brelix is like,
Even
Did I
Churchill.
forget anything else? No. Oh, come on, Churchill. Not even you. The plan is solid, right? We're going to take the 2 things. We're going to blow up that, and then it's going to work. It's got to work, right?
yeah, I mean, if it doesn't, then don't worry, that wyvern won't be there anymore.
Yep, that makes me feel better.
So, you guys start approaching. You get on your final approach. Once again, thrust 9 Gs of continuous thrust. And you get on your approach for the for Scylla the gas giant. Now, in normal space operations, if you're a civilian, then like a third of the trip ago, the pilot would have started gently tapping the brakes to slow you down. But that would have meant that it would have taken more time for you to get there, because a ship can only reverse with a quarter of its forward thrust. So instead of doing it that way, the pilots, and at the helm are Vex and Snowcat, flip the ship tail for basically tail for a hat face. So it goes 180 degrees, and then they hard burn 9Gs in the other direction. Now, even with the dampening, that maneuver is going to cause everyone's stomach to flip, and everyone needs to be strapped in, which they may or may not have told you guys to do. But most of the experienced spacers, like the Marines, they make it look easy. Like the ship begins the maneuver and they just reach out and grab a bulkhead or a chair or something, and they're able to hold themselves in place as the ship flips all the way around. Those of you who have not been in that kind of maneuver before on a starship need to roll an endurance check.
Oh, I've done this loads of times. I got a 13. Rook is grabbing the bulkhead and making his pecs flex at me, but I still make it look very cool as I dexterously just flip in the air.
I feel like mid-flip he goes, you do look familiar.
Nope, you never seen me before.
This is the first time we met, definitely. Did anyone not pass an 8 for that check?
Brelik's got a 3.
Brelik's Ralph's. Luckily, the grab plating is working, so it's not free floating. G-Force looks over from his seat. He's the pilot who's not currently flying, and he's like, the name of the person who's going to be cleaning that up? To Brelix? And then he points to the name tag on your jumpsuit. It's that guy.
I'll clean it up once I feel. Yeah. You keep the cleaning supply. Oh man, a little worn. That's what that meeting you said we're about to flip, and I. Oh man. Where are the cleaning supplies?
Ship's locker. So now you're hard burning in reverse, and you guys have to use monitors. So you have to use a backup camera to hit a dot the size of the head of a pen with a dart from across the room using the backup camera. So the pilots are in full pilot mode, and even G-Force, who's not able to be in the cockpit, has like all the flight control tablets up and is like constantly in comms with the pilots. You've got 3 pilots that are deeply engrossed in their work right now.
Brelix cleans the floor a little bit faster.
After a couple of hours of this extended burn, a few hours of this extended burn, G-Force says, "All right, guys, we're coming up on the planetary approach. If you have any preparations you need to make before we are in combat, now is the time."
Check your weapons. Be prepared.
I'm going to make sure that this advanced, it's the basic boarding vac suit and everything is working correctly.
Okay.
So I want to do a vac suit check on my vac suit while I'm wearing my vac suit.
Okay. Are you guys going to buddy check each other? There's a full armory on board this shuttle, by the way. So you would have all the components you would need to, you have all the essential tools you would expect to see.
Excellent. I will buddy check. Everybody else has vac suit too, right?
Yep. The Marines,
Yep.
the Marines are all going through the motions like they've done this a million times, because they have.
Not bad. I got a 9 for my vac suit.
Who are you buddying with?
I'll check Brelix first.
All right, what Brelix get?
Brelix got a 10.
Well, you're both good. Garrett and Marcus, you guys are buddy checking each other?
I got a 6. Exciting.
Okay. Garrett, if you get a 10, you both pass your check.
Marcus is fighting the storm.
Oh, Marcus. Oh, okay. I didn't see his message.
Oh,
Is he in the same boat as me?
yeah, it's bouncing me in and out of Discord and tabletop.
You will need a boat if this continues.
You got some physical dice? Can I get a roll, or were you not?
Yeah,
But you don't have your
I
character
have
sheet.
no
do
idea
you?
what I'm rolling for, but I have
I need you to roll a vac
I
suit
have
check.
it. Yep. Where's my character? 9.
9. Oh, okay. So we're one short. Would either of you like to push the roll with a consequence, or, I mean, other than that, you fail the roll. You didn't buddy check your vac suits, and I mean, you are allowed to accept that as a consequence.
I'm good with pushing it.
Okay. Do you want to roll it, or you want Marcus to roll it?
Go for it, Marcus.
If he's still here.
If not, I'll roll it.
I mean, the serial killer might be at his house right now. He was,
I'll go ahead and roll.
he was at your house earlier.
He was, yes.
He got an 11. There we go. He re-rolled it.
Oh, nice. There we go.
Excellent. Okay. So, that's good. That means that you guys both pass. And, so there is a little hiccup. And Marcus is able to be like, oh, wait. You know, you have to put this valve and this valve and this valve and this valve. And if you do it the way you had it done, then it sucks all the oxygen out instead of putting the oxygen in. That would have been bad.
Yeah, it's a no bueno.
And as you guys hit the atmosphere, suddenly there is buffeting and rocketing, and the shuttle is moving in a dramatic fashion, as it's, careening around. It entered the atmosphere ass first. It is slowing down. The heat plating is getting red hot, and then the pilots do another flip. And they bring it around and extend the wing arrow fins, and now we're gliding in amongst basically a storm. So for those of you who have the storm going on right now, it is very immersive, because that's what it sounds like outside, and there's all sorts of buffeting, but the ship does now appear to be on a careening course towards the coordinates, which on your data sets is just a little marker in the clouds. The external cameras can't see anything there yet, but you know that you are approaching the station.
So it's crazy stormy out, and is it colorful? Like, this planet's a gas giant, right?
This is what it looks like outside, above and below.
Pretty swirls.
Yes, lots of moving currents. Now, of course, this being a military craft, you're relying on cameras to look at it. It's there's no windows. Now,
Roger.
Braylix, Snowcat comes over the comms. Lieutenant, orders. We're about to approach the platform. How would you like me to proceed?
We're going in hot, weapons ready. As soon as you have a chance to shoot the comms, shoot the comms.
Before or after dropping off your troops?
Before.
Acknowledged. Stand
Do it
by.
with the Sandcaster.
It's like, oh, Sandcaster. She gets on the comms and she's like, G-Force, get back to the armory, load the Sandcaster with anti-personnel rounds. And he immediately slaps his emergency release on his belt, and even through the buffeting that's making everyone have to hold on for dear life, he's stumbling back through towards the armory. He comes back out holding 4 they look like oversized thermoses. They're probably about the size of a 2-liter bottle each, but they're like steel thermos looking things. And he gets up to the front, and there's an access panel in front of the seats, but behind the cockpit, and he pulls it open. He slides out really quickly a bunch of different canisters, and he slides these canisters home, and then he runs the other canisters back, and he taps the comms, and you guys hear him say, anti-personnel rounds are loaded. And then you guys come within range of the fuel station. as the cloud breaks and you can see it, it's a pretty utilitarian structure, literally suspended from cables beneath this gigantic, almost city-sized balloon. Is this small platform? It's basically tanks, refineries, landing platforms, and a few ad hoc defensive emplacements that definitely weren't there in the original design. Long pipes extend down what seems like half a mile below this thing into the cloud layer that is below it, that it's sort of resting on, as this sits between two thermal layers in the gas giant, and they appear to just be siphoning up whatever that is, and a bunch of it comes in and a little bit of gas comes out, and it's a pretty efficient process. The deployment shuttle sweeps in from this side. At this point, at thrust 9, you are moving at such a high speed that the air molecules of the gas giant are like burning bright against the hull. The hull almost looks like a comet as it comes through, and I gotta make some rolls. Now, someone had suggested they use the Sandcaster. So what I need to do now is roll one of these. Okay. On the first pass, boom, boom, boom. Sandcaster fires anti-personnel shot. Anti-personnel shot is it's shooting shotgun ball bearings is what it's doing. And
Oh damn.
it doesn't destroy the tower, but what it does do is strip all of the antennas and dishes and shit off the outside. Like your have you ever like taken a piece of parsley or rosemary and run your thumb down it to strip all the herb leaves off of it?
Oh yeah.
That's pretty much what the shotgun pellets are doing to this thing. The stalk is completely intact. All of the little bits hanging off the side have just blown right off. And they make a high-speed pass over top and then loop around and come back around for another pass. This gun turret has turned and is starting to face the shuttle. And ooh, okay, that's a series of shots ring out. Another volley from the Sandcaster hits the tower for good measure. A beam laser that was obviously aimed at the turret goes off, but misses widely and strikes part of the platform. As another pass, this time ducking below the ducking below the platform. And Braylix, you hear Snowcat go, pretty sure the tower's out of commission, Lieutenant. Several turrets are tracking us. How would you like to proceed? Making a high-speed pass.
Take a shot at one of the turrets and try to put us down as quickly as possible.
Aye. And she brings the shuttle around over here. Let me roll that. Ooh, it's going to be rough. All right. So Snowcat puts the thing into a rough hover with the storms and the winds and the incoming fire, because now the turret is actively firing, and rounds are bouncing off of the side of the deployment shuttle's significant armor. And Vex lines up a shot with the beam laser again and pulls the trigger and just blasts this first turret. It smokes and like you could see it get red hot from the beam laser's continuous beam until something inside of it pops and explodes like a set of firecrackers going off in a series. And the turret is out of commission. At that moment, the deployment shuttle's doors, there's a light above them that's basically a paratrooper light, and it goes green, and she's like, we're within range for you to jump to the platform. And then the ship rocks violently as it takes a shot of green something that you can kind of only see out of the corner of your eye. And she's like, we're good, but that's we don't want to stay here.
Go.
I jump. I'm first one out.
Okay. You can put yourselves on the platform. And, someone grabbed the thing by mistake. That does happen. Take your NPC with you. You are responsible in combat for your NPC.
I am ready for battle.
Okay, everybody roll initiatives.
Can I roll tactics as well?
Sure can. And you can roll leadership if you want.
Tactics, I got a 9. Everybody gets a +1.
For their initiative.
Correct.
For those who may not have known what he meant there.
11 for initiative.
I think I got an 11. Double checking.
Leadership.
Nope, it's 10.
I got a 7, which means you, Maleficent GM, get a +1 to something.
Or I get to give you a negative.
Sounds the same.
If we ever get Ronan back properly, then
I heard I got a 9 out of the ether that is.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
oh wow, I didn't hear that. The bad guys got a 5.
Coming in and out.
You are coming in and out. That is correct.
Yes, you are.
Bad
It was
guys
very spectral.
got a 5 and an 8. Your NPCs go on your turn directly after your slot. All right. I think we got all the initiatives in.
As soon as we hit the ground, Relic says, "Get that bird back in the air and stay safe."
Acknowledged. Put them at the very bottom of the turn order.
Garrett gets to act first.
Garrett gets to act first. He rolled the best initiative.
Okay, so it's all me.
You and your Marine that's following you.
Trying to keep track of it. I get a little bit of lag here. So, okay. If I start doing weird things, then, it's just normal.
Yep. So you don't need to roll for your Marine, but you do need to tell me what they're doing.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So it looks like there's some kind of a ledge here, right? Does that look like a wall of some kind right here?
Yep, there is a raised lip there that you can potentially get cover behind if you're kneeling really low down.
So that is what I plan on doing. So myself and my Marine are going to we're going to run over here and catch some really low cover in preparation to engage.
Okay. Are you going to do anything else this turn? That is a movement.
Oh, absolutely. If I'm able to do something else, I am actually going to take a shot at this UD trooper here.
Okay.
I'm going to do single shot.
Okay. What weapon did you bring for that?
So I put away my laser, and I have my shotgun here. So I did not bring the laser stuff over. That's would have been this one right here.
Okay. You are within range. You have a strength of 9 or higher. Yep, you do. Okay. And auto 2. Good to go. Take your shot.
Well, is auto 2 automatic, or is it something that I can still do a single shot?
You can do a single shot if you'd like. Sorry, I was rolling through my checklist.
Oh, gotcha. I'm going to do a single shot, so.
Okay.
And a no bueno, so we have a 5.
Okay. It's very windy up here. Boom, boom, boom. What does your Marine do?
She also follows me up with a single shot to the same guy.
Okay. She
Did I
also
need to roll
misses.
for that, or
No, you
Oh,
won't.
okay.
None of you have to roll for your NPCs. You just have to tell me what they're doing.
Gotcha.
It'd be too difficult to have you track 2 different sheets. It's easier for me because they actually all have the same stats.
Perfect.
Okay. That takes care of Garrett's turn. Hylar.
I am going to. I'm going to launch myself forward. Come on, Rook! I'm going to yell behind me. Can I get to this Unity Shield Trooper and sword him?
If you'd like to initiate a charge attack,
Yes.
you can initiate a charge attack. Understand that a charge attack will leave you vulnerable to counterattack, especially if you fail.
Understood. I'm
Okay.
going to do it.
Okay?
I got a 9.
Okay. That's a hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
It's with the blade. 3D. Excuse me, kids. I got roll your dice.
They rolled a 3, so you do not suffer a counterattack.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That's good, because I forgot to mention that you can't parry when you charge.
8 damage.
Okay. 8's a significant amount of damage. AP what?
This sword is AP 5.
8 and 5 together is 13, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Well, you do a little bit of damage.
And then Rook is gonna follow up with his attack.
Okay. He's going to charge as well. He's going to follow you in. You are going to be in the way. He did not roll as good as you did.
Oh.
But luckily the bad guy's still rolling shit, so he doesn't get hit. So he's right there with you, but he isn't able to actually like get hands on.
All right.
I need to get a counter really quick. There we go. Okay. Marcus appears to still be gone. Does one of you want to play Marcus and Jasper? Marcus!
Oh, there he is.
Are you back?
Am I back?
Yay! Just in time, it's your turn.
Oh, goody. I have no idea what's going on.
We'll give you a second.
We are attacking on the refinery platform. We've just landed, and I ran across and hit a guy. But there's a huge thing right behind him.
Also, your NPC goes on your turn. You don't have to roll for him, but you do have to tell me what he's doing.
Oh,
You're
giant robot.
Yep. It's a Hulk. You guys have encountered these before, so you know what they are and you know what their weaknesses are. They have a crystalline canopy in the center that holds a what used to be a caprostat, that it serves as the central processing and brain of the unit, and that if you crack that open, that is its weak point. It also has a high-powered plasma gun as an arm, and that magazine is explosive. It's its other weak point. The shield trooper, the advanced Unity shield trooper you were attacking, is very heavily armored, but has very low damage output, and specializes in... Oops, let me make sure that I'm right about that before I say it.
Doesn't he have like a stun stick?
He specializes in melee. Actually, in this case, he carries a static blade.
It's big.
Yep. There's also an awooga going on the platform right now. It's the best they can do.
Is this the Hulk guy? Is this thing like is it as pictured, like it's an up and over thing?
It is as pictured, and it is a improvised thing that they have welded together, like basically trench plates from the platform, and they've like stacked boxes to make stairs. So it is a significant amount of cover, and obviously built to provide this big bulky Hulk thing with a little bit of protection. But it is also improvised.
Okay. Can I see any weaknesses to where I can hit the thing and just cause the walls to collapse?
No, it's definitely hardened against that sort of weakness.
Right. All right. Jasper, focus on his either the central cover or his magazine to his plasma cannon. Keep its attention. I'm gonna sprint and see if I can get around behind it and get up over the wall and smack at its back.
You got it, boss. And he's gonna run over and get cover and lay up with his rifle.
I'm gonna run as far as I can get in my 6 seconds.
Actually, Jasper's gonna take the rest of his round to aim. Knowing that he needs to make a very precise shot in order to do what you've asked, he's going to take his time, do his slow exhalations, look down the sight, get a perfect sight picture, wait for that perfect moment.
Sweet.
Alright, baddie numero 2 is the Hulk. The Hulk raises its hulking plasma cannon and bears down against... who is going to be my unlucky target. That is Garrett. He's going to take aim at Garrett and raise position, and he is going to open fire with this plasma cannon. That is a 8 plus 2 is 10, and then it does 1d damage. That is a 5. The cover you're behind provides 20 protection. 25 protection? It's supposed to, let's give it 30, because I don't think it's going to matter. Let me double check that. It might become a significant bit of information. It's 20. Okay. So that means that 30 damage soaks through the wall, and because you have mooks, into Ray, who evaporates in a gory fountain of green plasma viscera as she is just wiped out by this anti-everything cannon.
Holy shit, she died?
Yep.
Damn.
And she didn't just die, she's like, it melted, and Garrett would have taken some backsplash, not enough that I'm going to make him take damage from it, but like, That plasma kid's an anti-vehicle cannon that she just took in the chest.
Ouch.
It does
Reroll your reroll.
1dd. Okay. That's baddie 2. Braylix.
Braylix sees his team going out. Braylix is going to run to the other side, and instead of the very tactical take his good shot, he's going to unload in full auto, trying to get the attention of the Hawk to continue to look this way.
Okay. So your entire goal is to get the attention of the Hulk. Rather than roll a gun combat check, please roll a tactics check.
That's a 8.
That's with your dexterity?
That's a 6.
Okay. Might still work. Nope. 1 point. So you're spraying and praying, and for a moment it seems to catch its attention. What are your orders for Kerr?
Kerr, I need you to find a good spot and take a shot at the explosive arm.
He's going to find a good spot as don't all stand close together, because that thing can only kill one of us at a time if we're not right next to each other, and move back here. And he's going to spend the rest of his round aiming, trying to wait for that perfect shot. Baddie numero 1 is the Unity Shield Trooper, who is going to spend his movement action dropping his rifle and drawing his static blade. And he's going to attempt to bring that down onto Hylar. Hylar, you also have a melee weapon out. Would you like to parry? Dodge? Oh, okay. Parry. Okay. Please tell me what your melee blade skill is.
My melee blade skill is a 1.
Okay. Didn't actually matter. He rolled a 3. He's pretty grossly incompetent. He has missed with a 2 or a 3 every attack so far.
I like it.
Okay. It's the deployment shuttle's turn. With lack of direction from their leader, what they do is they come around and they see that the party has just taken heavy fire from this one piece, from this one thing, and they're going to decide to strafe it. Now, they're at this angle, which means that if they roll really badly, they are going to hit party members. But they're pilots, so that's not even a possibility that enters their mind. And luckily, that's an 11 before I add their super cool rolls. All right. So that is... Ooh, how do you add the pluses to that? Well, that's how you add it. Okay, so that is... That's 47 damage. So the deployment shuttle comes through, does a strafing run. It's got all 4 of those plasma guns. So basically, it has 4 of that plasma gun that he has in his arm. It has 4 of those, but hooked to a ship's reactor for power. And it unloads with a strafing run of those things. Does 47 damage, which is actually enough that I don't even need to do math for the Hulk. Actually, I do, because it has armor. So yes, technically it would live. It just barely. So like the plasma hits it. It's engulfed in plasma. It looks like it must be dead. And then the remains of the Hulk step forward out of the green fire. Its armor is dripping off like it is liquid. Oop, we lost Kizik. That's a storm. We got serial killers at Kizik's house now.
Still have audio, maybe.
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
So I think we could just track the progress of the serial killer. The armor is just dripping off this fucking thing. Its weapon, I'm going to say, is non-functional from all that excessive heat and damage, but it is alive and now stomping towards the front edge of this plate as though it intends to charge. And that brings us back to Garrett.
Okay, so main weapon is out on this guy.
Yes, it's a melted piece of slag, and most of his armor has been melted down too.
All right, I am just going to take a total run over to this guy and see if I can do some kind of weird, really good point blank right at his, with that one plate where the capper snaps inside there where I can take a shot.
Okay, so the problem is you don't have a melee weapon, and that's a charge. So you can get relatively close,
I mean a
and
shot.
then yeah, but like what if you want to be point blank, you have to charge. Like these guys got here because they have a melee weapon and they used the charge rules to get this close. You could probably only get to like here, and that's not point blank. You could get closer, but you couldn't get to point blank.
Sounds good. Well, I understand now. So I'm going to get as close as I can, and then take a shot at the special plate that hides that capper snap.
Okay. Stop and take aim. Well, you can't really take aim, but, you know, we're in quotation marks. Ooh, that's a good point. You want to call a shot on that special part. Okay.
I do. I know that increases some things, but I want to do...
It does. You need a 10 to hit.
On it.
Go ahead and use auto. You need a 10 to hit, though.
Gotcha.
Oh, I don't know if you can do called shots. I know you can't aim with auto. Can you do called shots? I'm going to say yes for now. I reserve the right to get back and do a rules retcon later.
Okay, so I rolled an exact 10. My one dice is off the side, but according to my cursor, it says 10.
Well, then it's a 10. You going to roll the other one already? Or are you going to go ahead and do the damage for that? It's up to you.
I'm going to roll the second one.
Mm-hmm.
And a 7 for the second one.
Yeah. So that second one's not going to make it. Give me your damage.
And that is a 14.
Just like you have 1 point left over extra as you smoke this thing. The front cracks with the first. So it's an automatic shotgun. So you're just pulling the trigger, and shells are flying out the top. And the third shell that makes contact with the front causes it to just explode and give a graphical birth to this mutilated capper snap who's ripped out of the wires and cables. Kind of like when you see Neo flushed out of the Matrix, out of his tube in the Matrix. It falls to the ground beneath this thing.
I should use a cheesy line here and say, just been revoked.
Ilar?
I am dangerously close to Big Thing.
Big Thing just got killed.
Oh, Big Thing is dead.
Yes. Big Thing is dead.
This thing's still dead. Okay.
Yes, this thing is alive, eh?
I'm gonna hit that guy.
Okay, that seems like a very good idea.
Hit him with sword. Boxcars.
Okay, this is going to end badly for him. That is an automatic critical success. So go ahead and tell me what your damage is.
Worst damage ever.
Okay. 9 damage? Okay, 9 is still good enough to get the job done. So you take this guy's head off. His advanced plating doesn't help very much when you hit the little rubbery piece that it connects his neck to his shoulders.
And then Rook, we just move ahead. That's what we're gonna do with Rook.
Okay. So depending on how you guys want to flow with this, you're going to come out of combat time until you encounter the next group of the main body, or we could go straight to the next engagement, which will be you running into the 2 Unity troopers that are guarding the main platform.
push forward.
Let's do it.
Yeah, they would have heard shooting, so we're gonna push forward.
Yeah, also the entire platform's alarm is going off. And I was trying to hold off before having to take another bio break, but give me literal 1 minute, maybe 2 minutes.
Awooga, awooga.
Say we go and kill some troopers and see if we can bust into one of these offices. And since we know there's another turret there, take that turret and take control of the turret maybe and point it at the other big guy. Or Fearless Leader can contact the shuttle and tell it to fly over there, but that's dangerous because plasma cannon and turret. But if we can kill these guys, take turret over and have turret shoot it.
I also want to just kind of saw off that half of the platform and watch it fall into the planet.
What are we going to saw
Does the
off
ship
that?
have any more? Does the shuttle have any more sandcasters?
I mean, it does, but it's probably better to hit those with the laser beam that did 47 damage.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, it depends on
laser.
how much. I mean, if you're getting closer to things that are flammable, maybe if you're going to do that. But that's true. If it's going right for this other turret, then yeah, take it out.
I just don't want to be
Also-
standing on this side of plasma cannon and turret, and the only thing we have to hide behind is fuel storage tanks, fuel processing cells, and more fuel storage tanks.
Well, I got a computer and Churchill with me. Get me into one of those offices.
Where's the door on these things? Tyler, if you want to take care of the troopers, we'll go pop open one of these offices for Brelix.
All right, I'll do my best.
I'll have Jasper cover you guys as well.
Apologize. All right, so where we at? You guys are stacking up over here somewhere? These guys are going to... One of them is going to have come up to this corner. The other one is going to have ordered one of these fuel bots to come up over here, and he's going to have taken cover behind it.
What a jerk.
The fuel bots are people too, man.
Yeah, they have feelings. They have fuelings.
Oh, that was good. All right, so what's you guys' plan? Well, Garrett's top of the round, so I feel like we should start there.
Sure.
Garrett's like, I did not consent to that.
Try to think of how far I can run for cover here.
Well,
I'd like to get out over here somewhere.
You can also either hold action, you can defer your action, you can do a lot of different things if you want. But I gotta tell you,
Okay, let's defer at-
sprinting is for your whole action. I'd probably let you get to the edge of here. You might be able to get right here, but you wouldn't be able to get fully in cover because that little lip right there is not enough for your guy to stand on.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just hold action then.
Okay. Garrett's holding action. Please remind me before the deployment shuttle goes that you need to have a turn. Hylar.
Gotcha.
I am going to... Oh man, there's not a lot of cover, so I'm gonna move half distance, pull my pistol, and take a shot at this Unity trooper.
Excellent. Which pistol?
I have a silenced,
Oh, it's a slug
Little-
thrower.
slug thrower. This guy.
All right.
It's a little paps.
Let's see what the Pap does.
Let's do some pappies.
Now
Oh no!
at the range he's at, this is range 10. So you're at full range plus for him. So this is considered a long range shot.
All right, I get a +1 to it. I rolled a 4 +1 is 5. I don't think I hit.
Oh, you definitely did not hit. It's like a -2 for long range as well.
Okay, that's fine.
So, but it's not a critical fail. So there's that. Bam, bam, bam. You're possibly drawing attention, which
Yep.
that could be good or bad.
I want Rook to do the same. Can he shoot at the same guy?
He absolutely can. And he has a longer range weapon.
That's good.
They're both longer range weapons, but this one is a much longer range. Okay, so pulls up his carbine, blammo. He rolled a 3. Suppressing fire.
We're doing it.
Hylar's fire team is literally suppressing fire. Okay, that brings it to Marcus. Marcus and Jasper. Jasper, we did move him up. Okay, good.
Yep. Jasper, cover me. I'm gonna go for the building. Going to sprint and have Jasper get in cover and shoot at this guy.
Okay, and you are just straight sprinting. You're not stopping to shoot. Okay.
No shooty here.
You are in motion. Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, Jasper's shot. That's 5. Actually, he still might hit. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Oh, I didn't put it over here. Let me look this up on my notebook real quick. That is just a hit. Okay, so he hits. This thing is 3D minus 3. He hits for 10 damage. And that bounces off this guy's armor, I think. Yep, sure does. So, 10 damage. Pink, 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 pink. It's definitely getting the guy's attention, but it's not... all the bullets are literally bouncing off this guy. Okay. So, that brings us to Baddie 2, which is going to be this closer guy. And he is going to take a shot at Ronan. He is going to take a... what is your dexterity score modifier? 1? All right, I'm going to give him a -2. And he rolls a 7. Plus his skill, -2 is a 7 again, I think. Nope, because he doesn't have dex. So that's a 6. So that is a miss. He takes several shots, misses Marcus, and Braylix. You have a lot to think about on your turn.
I've got a shuttle that I'm worried about.
And an NPC, and the overall tactical situation, and your own trooper. You've got a lot to think about. You are in command, sir.
Relix is going to sprint forward next to Marcus. He's going to tell Kerr to take a step up and take a shot at the closer Unity trooper.
Okay. Ooh, much better. All right, so that's a 9, so that definitely hits. What's his skill? He hits for 10. Also, those rounds just bounce off. He hits. He's definitely hitting. Definitely distracting. Rounds are not penetrating.
And then Brelix is going to tell the shuttle to they have scanners.
They do?
I want them to, because they're still all getting tracked by the tower. I want them. Sorry.
Well, let's say you're on the verge of me telling you that you've run out of time.
I want them to come back around. I don't want them to get in range of the tower, but I want them to scan the tower. It's not a good use of everything. That's what it said.
There is so much wrong with that decision, but you are the commander and you've given an order. It's not rocket science. Once again, you're overthinking it. Next turn, do not overthink it. Okay. So deployment shuttle is, what the hell are you want us out of range of the tower and they fly away. They need to now get basically a whole maneuver band. They need to get out of orbit. It's Garrett's turn. Because Garrett was supposed to go before the deployment shuttle.
Yeah, I saw that and I'm like, oh, well. And so, but anyway, I'm going to run up to there and I'm going to take a knee, steady my shot as much as I can after the jog and take after this Unity Trooper.
Okay.
I'm going to do auto 2.
Okay. Roll 2 attacks.
Got an 8. And a 5.
Okay, the 8 hits, the 5 does not.
Damage? Oh, goodness sakes. 7.
Shots hit, but they bounce off the armor. Okay. Garrett, you get to go again. It's because you held action till the end of the round and you were top of the round.
Gotcha. Okay. I am again going to run down this direction.
Okay.
And trip over my own feet. And then I'm taking a shot at this Unity Trooper, auto 2.
You're not going to make that kind of distance and take another shot. You're running on a diagonal, like straight across there. That's further than those guys went on the last round. And there's nothing wrong with not shooting it around if you get to a much better position. I'm not saying don't do the running. I'm just saying that you have to make a tactical decision there.
No, fair enough. Yes. So I'm gonna run here to be caught up with these guys. And I still want to take a shot at this guy.
Okay. Go ahead and do it.
And we're gonna do auto 2. Okay, we have boxcars, and we missed the first one. And it was an 8 for the damage on that second shot.
Okay. Your magazine will be empty on the next round.
My autos were 2. I show 17 rounds left in my magazine for the shotgun.
Every time you use full auto, you do 3 times your auto score in rounds. So you've done it 3 times. You can do it 4 times before your magazine's empty.
What does auto 2 mean?
Auto 2 means you can fire twice. The rules for auto, and they're printed out over here on one of these boards that I put up here, because we've had this conversation so many times during the course of these campaigns. It is 3 times your auto score. Every time you use it like that in full auto mode, you have to subtract 6 rounds, because that's 3 times 2. I can math. I'm pretty sure that's right. You've done it 3 times. That's 18 rounds. You have 6 rounds remaining, so you can do it one more time.
Gotcha. Okay.
Jesus. Hold on, I gotta fix a major problem over here. Okay, that's fixed. Okay. Where are we? Garrett just went Hylar.
What's Garrett's NPC doing?
He shot.
Missed.
Oh, you missed too. Okay, cool. Sorry.
Is missed.
His missed.
Eric's NPC got obliterated.
Oh. He is missed.
Oh, so yes. Sorry, I thought you meant what was Garrett's. Garrett's NPC took that plasma cannon shot. It was really dramatic, opening part of the round.
I remember
It's
that.
like, yeah,
Yes,
what?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna try to close distance, and I'm still snapping shots with the pistol. Oh, you know what? What's right next to? I don't know if I want to shoot. Nah. It was dumb. I'm gonna put the pistol away. I'm gonna pull the sword back out. Close distance.
Okay, if you use your whole round and no shooting, you can get just about to this corner.
Yep, that's where I'll go, and then I'll have Rook come up behind me.
Okay, full charge mode, all moving, no shooting. You guys can move over there. Okay, and that brings us to Marcus.
I'm going to come up this way. And then have Jasper keep covering fire on this guy.
Sounds great. All right. That's the guy that you're charging towards. He's doing cover fire on, right?
Yep.
All right. Well, that's a 10, so that's a good one. Ooh, and that's a good one. Jesus. Okay. 12, 17, 18, 19 damage. So he gets through on some soft spots. And so that's... Holy shit, he fucks this guy up. Jasper for the win again. He doesn't completely kill him, but like there's definitely blood and viscera coming out.
Nice.
Like this guy's taking a solid hit. He slumps behind the droid, like he's completely behind it where you can't see him. But he's slumped. He's not like crouching. And that brings us to Baddie 2. I think we determined Baddie 2. Was it this guy? Okay, thank you. I appreciate you keeping track of that. So this guy, being Baddie 2, is going to try to pop around the corner because he can hear Hylar and Rook coming, but he can't actually see them there. So he pops his head like at a peep around the corner, and they're right fucking there, and he snaps off a couple shots, and they completely go wide, and then he tries to dip back into cover. Braylix, do not overthink your turn, please.
Go to the building, Brelix. Look in a window.
Relix sprints to the building and looks for a window or door to peek inside it.
Okay. Please give me a recon check.
That's a 5.
The building's window is frosted over and you can't really see inside. What else would you like to do?
Find the door to this building.
Okay, you've expended your movement, so if it's not... you can see that there's a door. I will just give you that, because that doesn't really require a check. What I really meant was, call the fucking shuttle back and have them do their actual job.
All right. I then call the shuttle back into range.
Okay.
And I tell them to make a strafing run on the tower.
On the tower.
Turret.
On the turret. Okay. Okay. They will initiate that when it is their turn. Don't overthink it. You will get everyone killed.
And I tell Kerr to step up to get a better angle on the Unity Trooper in the corner.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, if he's going to do just running, no shooting, he can get pretty much all the way up there. If he can get about halfway if he wants to run and shoot.
Just all the way there.
Okay. All right. Baddie 1 I got to do a couple rolls. Okay. Gonna give Marcus a warning. Let's see. Marcus, go ahead and roll a recon. How sharp are your eyes?
8.
Okay. Underneath the treads of this fuel bot, you see 2 blinking red lights. And you are instantly going to associate that with the type of glow that is seen when the tops of 2 fragmentation grenades are activated.
Yeehaw!
What do you do? It's a loaded
Scream.
question.
Scream frag out. The other way.
Okay. Deployment shuttle. Meow. All right, let's roll this. Just barely good enough. And that's pretty good too. Okay. So the deployment shuttle comes through, beam laser and sandcaster both pop, 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 pop as it rolls by. That turret takes direct hits and is offline. These guys are alerted. Garrett, top of the round. If you're talking,
Okay, I am.
Go ahead.
Oh, yes. Sorry about that. I was doing some reading at the same time here. So I am actually going. I'm going to actually move into back here and hold position.
Okay. All moving, no shooting. You can absolutely make it.
Perfect. Oh, side note, you were right that we can't do an aim fire on auto shot. So
I already knew aim on auto didn't work. My question was, could you do called shots?
oh, gotcha. It does not say that. Yep. Okay. Sorry.
But it's okay. We're gonna say yes for now, and I'll look it up after the session, and then I'll get back to you guys. That was Garrett. This is Hylar. Hylar.
The Unity Trooper has seen us coming.
He has.
But I want to tiger lion mantle over this and then jump and pounce on him.
Okay.
With a sword.
I have a very important question. Are you soloing this, or is Rook helping you?
Oh yeah, no, Rook's coming around the corner, and we're gonna tag team him.
Okay, so coordinated strike, not him helping you do your attack.
Right, coordinated strike.
This is a task chain. I require a athletics check first. It's a strength check because you are climbing.
My athletics check is fantastic.
Excellent. I need it more than fantastic because you need to take the effect as a task chain into the next one. So it's an 8 to pass. Take whatever benefit above that you've got and roll that into your melee attack.
Alrighty. So I'm going to take the 10 and roll the 2 into a melee attack. Melee blade. 9. Does that hit?
Strange things are happening over here. Just totally distracted. Yes, a 9 is a hit. Please roll your damage and take your effect from your attack into your damage.
7 damage.
AP 5, right?
AP 5.
That is not the guy that was hit earlier. Okay. It's a glancing blow. Does make him stagger back. Rook is going to come around the corner. Rook is not equipped with a melee weapon.
He can headbutt.
He can headbutt. Do you want him to charge?
Is it AP?
No, it is not. Not
Damn
his isn't. Marcus's
but,
is.
Yeah, Marcus's is. All right, we're gonna have to fix that, Rook. All right, no, he can.
He
can do his regular attack.
he rolled a 4 anyway, so he's suppressing fire. Okay, Marcus, it is your turn.
Much as I would love to go kill this guy, I'm gonna run away from grenades still.
Okay.
And I'm gonna have Jasper move forward.
Okay. All running, no shooting.
All running, no shooting.
Okay. And that makes it Baddie 2's turn. Baddie 2 is the one that's sitting here at point blank range with Mr. Hylar and Mr. Rook. And, okay. So, Mr. Hylar, I'm assuming you wish to parry, and that's a 2, correct?
It's a 1.
It includes your dex.
Yeah, my blade I think is 0.
Oh, okay.
Nope, sorry, blade's 1, dex is 1, it's 2. You're right.
2. I was pretty sure it was a 2.
You're
Okay.
right.
That still hits. Okay. This is
I
going
like that.
This is going to suck. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now. Oh, wait, never mind. Wait. This guy is not one of the specialist melee characters. He does not have that skill. He has to hit you with the butt of his rifle, which is going to make this suck a lot less. And I'm not even sure he could do it. Nope, he can. Just barely. Okay. But the damage is only 7. I'm not sure that even gets through your armor.
It does not. Whew, thank the dice gods.
Yep. If that had been the static blade wielding guy over here, that would have really sucked.
Note to self, stay away from static blade guy.
I mean, you're carrying one, so you know.
Yeah, they do hurt.
Okay. Bralex, your turn, sir.
I kick the door. I don't kick the door open. I open the door with my hands and I enter with my gun out looking for a computer.
Okay. So inside there are a set of cubicles, a couple of cots, a area with a coffee table, and some microwave and regular break room shit, and 2 guys in piloting jumpsuits, Unity piloting jumpsuits, with their hands in the air, looking like they're about to wet themselves.
I'm not looking for a computer anymore. I'm telling them to get down on the ground face down, and I'm going to cuff them if they comply.
Okay, they are going to comply, and you're not going to have to roll a check for that. They're in a very compliant state. It is going to take your entire turn to cuff them, though.
Sounds good.
What does Kerr do?
Kerr's going to make it to the building, and if that's a tough shot through a couple of people, I don't know when she can if she could find a shot. I guess she can come here. No, I don't know if she knows about the grenade. He called it out. She's going to secure the building, and sounds good.
Okie dokie.
Tell the ship what to do.
And the ship, I'm going to tell them to make another pass coming from the other side to try to either destroy the Hulk or try to push it off the edge.
Okay. Good call. The grenades explode, and a massive fireball envelops this part as the fuel tanks and processors start cooking off one at a time. Explosions start rocking the entirety of the station as the explosion starts moving through every bit. This station is fucked, and it is only a matter of time before enough of these explosions ripple through the platform to rip it in half at this point. The deployment shuttle comes around and opens fire and vaporizes a Hulk as it zoom and booms through at thrust 9. Garrett, it's top of the round. It's also midnight, so I could say as the station is exploding, we could hang at that cliffhanger and then pick back up of what we're going to do with the station exploding all around the party at the beginning of the next session. How'd you guys feel about that?
That
I'm
works.
okay with
It's
that.
all right. That works.
Sweet.
So
Cliffhanger.
there's no saving this though.
At this point, there's no saving the platform. It's not going to immediately explode. Like, let me just be clear as the GM. You guys have time to do the superhero thing, run around, get everyone on board the different fuel supply. There's enough time for you to get what you need and do the objective. But at some point, this thing is going to, like, it's ripping itself apart as one by one the tanks are cooking off and exploding, and as they explode they detonate the next tank, and the next tank takes a while and then cooks off and then detonates the next tank. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's time to go.
It's time it's
Get
time
away from this.
it is time to go, but I also want to make it very clear that you can achieve the objective.
Okay, good deal.
good.
Before you guys spend the whole week going, but we can't do it. So,
Well, thanks for games, guys. I appreciate it.
indeed, it's been fantastic.
Yeah.
I hope everyone enjoyed the session. Sorry I dragged it out a little bit at the beginning, but I thought it was very important to cover all those bits coming in, and I think it was the highlight of the whole session for me was listening to you guys, Coach Kizik, on how do you give this presentation, and watching, Bralix go through and be like, I want to get approval, and then he gets approval and he's like, oh wow, that I didn't expect that to happen. So,
And I forgot.
Plus, we
my life
survived the
save.
serial killer.
That's true too.
and you
Got
forgot
my keys.
your
Just
life
need
savings.
Just
Your
need the thing to
life-saving
live.
procedure, yeah,
Ah,
or your life-saving device.
anyway, thanks for games, guys. It's been fantastic, and I'm gonna save this off, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you, gentlemen.